Hello, hello. So David's not here today because he's helping his sister move, and I guess everyone comes here for David. No one's going to come here to watch just me, but I'll hang out for a bit, see what happens. Links in the description if you want to join. What happened this week? So I wrote a paper, shared it with my Facebook group, and applied to a journal with it. Maybe I can show that while we wait for someone to show up and have a conversation. Share screen. So yeah, basically I had that meeting and I figured out that no one will take you seriously or listen to you unless you write a paper. So here's the paper. We won't read the abstract. Oh, here we go. What up, what up? I think this is Nico. Nico, can you hear me? Technical problems? So basically, oh, something's happening. So basically the paper was to introduce binary cognitive mechanics, but in a way that would be general to all of cognition and not just to typology and human cognition, but also to like individual cells, because the dimensions I saw with that popped out of Young are actually the cognitive functions. So they reveal a deeper layer of cognition. And that layer seems to be applicable to single cells. It seems to be applicable to artificial intelligence. So anything that's cognitive, probably even plant cells and mushrooms, right? So all that stuff. Oh, here you are. How's it going, buddy?
Oh, okay. What's going on, man? Can you hear me?
You figured out? Yeah, I can hear you. You figured out your tech problems?
Yeah. What's up, man?
I was just sharing the paper that I wrote. Did you get a chance to look at it?
Oh, shit. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. You don't need to. It's all good.
Well, no. I intended to. I just...
Yeah. Take your time. Whenever. No pressure.
Dude,
My structure is
like...
broken. What's a structure? What does that even mean? Oh, disassembled. Okay. I see it. You're making
Well, it was based off of the the mic and stream issues.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
So,
and the reference. It's like a double.
Am I coming in loud enough? Do you know?
Yeah. I can hear you.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just like in consume sleep mode, so I'm like just...
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah.
What are you apologizing for?
Oh, I thought I was... Oh, I thought you asked that because I was talking over you.
Oh, no, I'm just asking in general. No judgment. Yeah, so Dave isn't here because he's moving his sister's apartment. So Dave won't be joining us. So that means we can make fun of him and he won't know. But it's less fun. It's less fun when he's not here. It's more fun when he is here.
Yeah. He'll be missed. Rest in peace, Dave.
Welcome. Feel free to jump on, buddy.
Yeah, we need people.
We need people. Otherwise, we'll just listen to a sleep report from Nico.
I want to hear my fuck off report.
Yeah. So did anybody abuse you this week?
Fleas.
Okay.
Fleas. So
no decider abuse.
Yeah, no decider abuse. No. Well, okay, technically, yeah, but like that's always gonna happen. Like, come on now.
Oh, okay.
Decider shit. Okay, decider shit is like some of the hardest shit to avoid, though it doesn't trigger me as much as like fucking fleas. Okay. It's just like it can be kind of hard to avoid. I think the masculine extroverted decider like just makes decider issues a lot harder. Um,
Yeah.
but that's talking from
I mean,
ops.
if
You
you're an
know,
IP,
talking
you
from
avoid
my
all decider problems. That's it. And then you get one out of the blue.
that, yeah, yeah. So you know, it's like I'm kind of just annoyed at like what I'm, you know, getting myself into. And plus, the decider problem this time has to do with the fleas. So it's like there's a double whammy. It's like
Are you causing the fleas? You don't.
I'm not
You have
causing the
pets.
fleas.
Is it
I'm
a
not a
dog or a
flea
cat
bag.
flea?
It's they're fleas. I'm not too
Right.
sure on the specifics, but they attack us. They attack the dogs. They attack everything.
Uh-huh.
Um, and they're all over. And we, as a fraternity, literally don't have the money to get the house sprayed.
Okay.
I know
Well,
it's
that
insane.
won't help anyways. You got to get rid of them on the animals.
Yeah.
Yeah. If
So
they don't
the
have a
thing
host, then
is,
they can't exist.
well, the thing is that that also requires paying an exterminator because there are squirrels and rats and mice in our walls.
Oh.
Yeah, everything is
Who
the
owns the building?
structures have been disassembled. We do.
What does that mean? We do.
We as a frat, we own the building.
Like whose name is it in? It has to be in the name of somebody.
Technically, I'm the landlord. I'm president.
You're the landlord. You own the building.
Uh, eh, reason why our alumni is like our alumni technically own it. It's
Okay.
weird. Like I'm landlord on
Who pays
paper,
the
but like
taxes every year on the house?
my treasurer, I believe.
Oh.
Yeah. Either way it goes, house bills are going to come in. I'm going to talk to. I'm also going to talk to the alumni to fund dealing with the issue because like this to me this is just like driving me up a wall. Doesn't seem like everybody like anybody like is freaking out as much as me about this. Um, but like really does you know get me puzzling on the evolution of the NESI coin.
Well, don't tell Dave and Shen. They like squirrels. Don't exterminate the squirrels.
Oh, they do, but like you see, I like squirrels in general. I don't like them when they're in my walls.
Yeah.
That's
I
uh
agree.
that's kind of cringe, especially whenever I can hear them actively having sex.
What about a way to just make so much smoke in the house that they have to leave?
I mean, I could try smoking them out. The big issue is that like um, smoke it tends to sink. So I'm on the third floor, and it'll seep into other people's rooms.
Right. Yeah, it's got to be a smoke
So
that doesn't leave a scent either, because that'll stink afterwards.
yeah, and it's like okay, smoke that doesn't leave a scent, and a smoke that floats. It's like well, first off, they need to be like getting burned
Do
or
you know anyone in
something,
the
you know.
army?
It's, no,
Okay.
no.
Because if you knew someone in the army, you could smuggle a gas grenade, like a tear gas grenade or something, and just. Can you buy those? Can you buy a tear gas grenade? I think in the
Yeah,
U.S. you can buy all kinds of
probably.
stuff, can't you?
Yeah,
That's like
probably.
non-lethal.
I
Yeah,
mean, I
that's
have.
good.
I mean, okay. So like, bit of a like a little bit of a side story. I have like I had like the biggest chemistry haul ever.
Okay.
Um, honestly, like, okay, first off, to like kind of close, like, the thing is, it's weird. I can like see myself channel change. Eh, it's weird. But um, to close with the fleas, I'm just gonna like talk to my alumni about it and like get the fuck off. And also with the NESI coin, just to elaborate on that for a sec. Um, I get like there are no fleas in my room. Well, there are no fleas in my room currently. I had it fumigated, had it sitting in there for a day, you know, whatnot. And I'm still getting like paranoia like bites where they're not actually bites,
Yeah, I get that.
but like it feels like it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like
Psychosomatic stuff. Yeah, all of the ESI users get that to the extreme. The psychosomatic stuff.
yeah, and it's like you know, it's and I
Demon
think
SI especially. Yeah,
and I think that
but I get it
that
sometimes too.
really I and I think that really evolved from I mean you have the hunter like the hella hunter gatherers, right? Like the guys, you know, going killing the gazelles and right stuff. The NISE coin, where the SE goes and like, you know, just like stabs the hell out of a caribou or like explores a mountain or whatnot, right? You know, typical
That's
archetype.
exactly what typology is. Yes.
And then you got the NI being like, hey, you threw that spear kind of wrong this time, and that led to this. Uh, there's a recurring theme here. You might want to stop or do something different or do the same thing over and over again if that pattern functions right. You know, you got that right. Cool. So they can really, you know, collab in the caves. You know,
In
right
the caves. Okay,
in
not
the
on the savannah. We're
caves.
talking about caves here. Okay.
Well, you know, they're the cave people, savannah
So
people.
they
Like,
hunt. They hunt in
you
the
know,
caves. They live in the caves.
oh no, they go back into the caves,
Oh,
and
they
they
go
go
back
back
into the
into the
caves. Okay,
caves, and then
without
you
the
know around
spears.
their fire. Well, around the
Okay.
fire,
Well,
like
I
they
just want
hung
to
up
make
their
sure I know
spears.
exactly how evolution happened. So this is how it happened.
Oh yeah, this is just a little like story. I mean, it's
Okay,
not
all right.
exactly like you know they just they go in and like you know the NI guys like ooga booga, and you know that means like
Well, that's what
fucking.
they do today, so it makes sense.
Well, you know, sometimes some evolution happens a little slower than others,
Mm-hmm.
but you have you know they go and talk like in the caves and whatnot, you
They
know,
talk in the
and
caves. There
well,
must be
you
an
know,
echo
of
then.
course,
Yeah, there must be an echo when they talk in the caves.
yeah, probably,
Yeah.
you know, really makes the like the NI preacher God King syndrome a bit more powerful. Like whenever they're just standing up preaching
Oh, I
like
see.
by the
The guru,
fire, you know,
the
yeah,
pathway
like
guru.
cast, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but you know, you got that right, that whole thing, and then like you know,
And then the
little
fleas come, so they have to
afterwards,
fumigate.
that's coming.
Oh, that's the
So
next part. Okay.
so where like the SI in you know any coin comes in is you know whenever like agriculture kind of like starts hitting
Oh, of course, yes.
because whenever they start doing agriculture and making villages and whatnot, predators and you know the big scary things that a lot of the SE you know the like a lot of the SEs or like the phantom ghosts that the you know demon and eyes are afraid of like kind of well they kind of go away like you're not fucking with the darkness, right? You know, it's not gonna be pitch black outside. You got like fireplaces around, you know, in your village,
Okay, yeah,
and
but then like, what if other tribes see your fires and come and attack you in the middle of the night?
yeah, and you know that's where the SEs still stick around, right? Like,
Oh, yeah, you need the SEs. Okay, all right, I got you.
I mean,
The
you know,
you
that's
need the
where
Ooga Boogas around, and then your
yeah,
superior
you know, you need to.
NESI, your superior NESI that can actually farm and do things. Otherwise, we would just be stuck in caves.
Well, no. That's not what I'm implying. That's not. But
Those stupid NI users.
where it came along is,
Hmm.
I mean, a lot of the So whenever you have like a structure, right? A lot of possibilities can occur with the evolution of said structure. You know, and that whenever you have these big farms and whatnot, it can be difficult to manage, right? Because like the whenever you're out, um, hunter gathering, right? You don't really need to be concerned with the possible evolutions of your, um, of of what you're doing, like of because you're not sitting here with a stable structure that you're trying to maintain, which is SI, and
We're
also
not.
at the same time,
Okay.
in and then also at the same time with the fleas and whatnot, those come in
Oh, those come in only
because
once you stabilize, only once you have like a stable
yeah,
place.
exactly,
Yeah. If you're
exactly.
just a
Because
wanderer, then
now,
you don't have to worry about fleas. You can just, or garbage. You just move to a new camp.
exactly,
You can
because
poop in your camp and
now,
move.
uh huh,
What's up, David?
because
You got to
because
save me
now,
here.
well, I mean, am I like, I don't know. Every time that be happening, I'm like, damn, am I like fucking up somewhere? Hold on, am I like going like too hard on a tangent or something?
No, it's just I had a conversation today about this, how energy DOMs do this, where um, yeah, it's like they're not checking in with the info. They're going all in on the way they see the info. Like not you specifically, but like, and then not checking in if other people are on the same page or if they agree with where they're taking things or things like that.
Well, I mean, I'll check in, whenever it's laid all out on the table.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah.
It's like trying to pull shit out of your backpack, and then
So
somebody
with
being
you
like,
it's less
"Your
bad, but if
entire
you get like a
backpack is wrong."
if you get a flat earther or something like that, then you're just like, okay, you lost me at the first principles, and now you're still going. All right.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you gotta like, I don't know. Like, I'm assuming that the infodoms, they're a lot faster at that. I mean, well, I'm
All
not.
right.
That's
So
not even an
SENIs
assumption. It's just
don't
like,
need to clean. They don't need to clean. They don't need to
well,
take care of fleas. They just move their camp all the time, constantly, and they're fine. They find a new
yeah.
cave,
I
they chase
mean,
out the bear, and then they talk in their ooga booga and draw pictures
y-
and move.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah, that's how
um,
it works.
I
Okay.
mean that like,
Just want to make sure I got
I
the
don't know.
info
That
right.
that makes sense. That makes sense to me.
Okay.
but
So David
but
David says NI users are the smartest. Whatever they say, do the exact opposite, and it usually works out.
oh, it's pretty good. Anyways, so what do you might call it? So like the SI, right? You don't have these big old predators anymore. Instead, you have little micro invaders like rats, fleas. Little micro invaders that can like damage the supply that you've been stacking.
Yeah. So that's why you need cats,
And
and you need to develop the SI better to protect.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And that's also where the paranoia comes from. Paranoia of plagues, the paranoia of exponential growth, right? Because those
Yes,
small
it is.
creatures, ex, those small creatures did exponentially grow.
Oh, they did.
You get
Okay.
well, yeah, like fleas, bacteria, mice, like the very very small.
Everything,
You
all
know,
life exponentially grows until they hit whatever maximum they.
yes, yes, of course,
Yeah.
but the rate, the rate is what matters here.
Yeah.
Um, in this regard. Um, and so now you have like the NESIs like freaking the fuck out, over like fleas, Black Death, all that, good shit. God, yeah, almost hurt. So, um, yeah, you have them like freaking out over that, and of course, the more that somebody's freaking out, the more somebody's, gonna, the more the tribe's like gonna look over. And of course, like life kind of plays a roulette. You know, the the percentages, say, of the SE user being terrified of a ghost, right? Um, cried wolf. Same thing with the SI user being like terrified of plagues or bugs. It's like, we can't see them. How do we know?
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
if all SI users are like that, but like every SI user has one weird SI that usually that's how it works.
Usually it's like small
And it can
EBGBs.
shift too. It's like, oh, I've
Like
got a lump in my throat. I got a lump in my throat.
yeah,
And then
yeah,
you go
yeah.
get it checked out and there's no lump. You're like, yeah, but I got a lump. And then you go to another doctor until they finally validate your lump and say, oh, it's this. Let's do this.
Yeah, yeah. And
Let's give you this sugar pill and it'll go away. Yeah, thanks, doctor. It went away. Yep. I knew it.
that is your Adam's apple. We need to cut that out.
Oh. If you want to be soprano, yeah.
So I don't know who that is, but you have these. What do you call it? Yeah, I mean, you have these fears of like bodily harm, of like invisible kind of like causal bodily harm that it's really like you're going to need to worry about that in like those, in like technically more developed
Yeah.
areas.
Well, I'll tell you the truth about what's happening. Remember how you thought you were an NI user at first, and you were wearing that hat and sharing talking as if you were an NI user? You know what I mean? And now, like, you seem to be wearing the hat of an NE user, and I don't know. Like, it's hard to know if any of this stuff is real, right? Hey, Annie, what's up?
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Welcome.
yeah. Okay, let me explain.
Say hi to Annie first.
Hello, Annie. Hi. How are you?
I'm okay. Yeah.
That's good. But okay. Let me explain. Okay, because
Were you listening to the conversation, Annie? You have something to contribute?
No.
Oh,
because not gonna lie.
I mean, I was
Not gonna
listening.
lie.
Anything to contribute. I was kind of like, I was interested in hearing you talk about your paper some more, but maybe later.
okay.
Yeah.
We can do that later. Yeah.
So, okay. So,
Hey, Reggie, what's
funny
up?
enough, that's oh, hello. But funny enough, that's I mean that was like a big thing of what I like also got attacked for, kind of like last week, right? That I was talking about.
You were getting attacked for last week from.
You remember the whole
Yeah, I
wearing
remember
the
that
hat of
one.
the NI user, right? The
Mhm.
whole that like that. And,
Oh,
but the
what I
thing
was
is,
talking
I
about.
think,
Yeah.
the thing is that um, instead of like being able to like explain my POV, I just got owned. So okay, with like the acting like an NI user, right? Like, yeah, I did. Because I knew what NI was. Like I knew what NI was. So, and honestly,
Yeah, but
NI
I don't
is
even
just
know
a
if it
much
was.
cooler
Yeah,
label.
I don't
Much more
even know if it was
popular
you
label.
acting like an NI user, but it was you self-reporting as an NI user, and so now you're
Yeah.
self-reporting as an SI user.
Well, I guess you could say it's more natural to report as an SI user. Plus, I look back like through
Chaos.
my
Welcome,
I
chaos.
look back.
Chaos on mute.
Hello. I look back through my
Don't
what
get
do I
pulled
call
over
it?
for holding your phone, buddy.
What do I call it? I looked back through my through my stuff in school and all of that, and it's like, oh yeah, oh okay, yep, wow, I completely missed that. Fuck, you know. And this whole time, right, I knew it was like it was like the subtle. I knew it was there. I knew the SI was there, but the thing is that this is also another proof. I didn't have any sensor to leverage it on. Because how would I know that like their interpretation of the sensor was my interpretation of the sensor? Like, which is also, pretty like SI indicative as well, I believe.
Still
I
observing.
also just looked through my what do you call it? My like childhood writings and whatnot, talking about I am from my memories make me, and I'm like,
Yeah.
like wow, okay.
The thing is,
And it was just like
if you were
scattered
seeing
all
yourself
over.
as if you're seeing yourself as a different function,
I
like as
wasn't.
an
I
FE dom or
wasn't,
something, you would
dude.
find that too. I'm sure.
No, the
No.
thing was is that I wasn't.
Okay.
I was trying to convince myself. That's a difference. I
Uh,
bodily knew. Like my body knew before I did, if that makes sense. I knew before I did.
I like your bumper
Subconsciously.
sticker, Annie.
Oh, you got a bumper sticker? Wait.
Yeah, I love it too. When I first saw that, like the original, I feel bad because I ordered it, and the original artist, I think it was a patch, and so I think that was a ripoff. Like the phrase didn't have the protections, the copyright or whatever. So
Okay.
if you go on Etsy or Amazon, you can see a whole bunch of people using that.
Using that phrase.
Yeah, reselling that phrase.
What's the exact phrase?
We are all dogs in God's hot car. But when
We're
I
all dogs
when I saw it, the phrase the first time, I thought it was. I said that is so beautiful. I started crying. It was just one of those things that made me cry because I thought it was really beautiful and poetic, and
Okay. All right.
I mean,
Interesting.
and
Annie, I am so sorry.
what
I was like, Annie, I'm so sorry.
He spilled
I was
something
like
on
trying
his
to listen,
pants.
and I just like spilled the actual hell out of something.
was it hot?
I caused chaos, and therefore I couldn't hear your report. I am so sorry.
That's okay. So yeah, I love it too. It's like cynical and beautiful to me. And funny.
Open the window. Just got to crack a window.
Yeah. I wish it was that simple.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying.
Yes.
What did you say before?
window,
You're the one who's
song.
keeping yourself trapped? Something like that?
Of course.
That-
Sounds like
Yeah.
something I would say because it's true.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
The window's open. You're the one closing it. You're the one keeping it closed, or something.
Yeah. We're all doing that to some degree. So I did jury duty yesterday.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to talk about it?
I didn't have to serve. So I was just part of the jury assembly, and I was super, super nervous about it because
And they didn't pick you.
They didn't pick anyone. I was so stressed out about it because after last month was such a slow month, and then I had to cancel appointments when I had COVID, and then everyone in my whole town is also sick, so it was like really didn't make a lot of money. So then you have to go to jury duty, and I had that one day blocked off. No appointments that day because I don't want the pain of having to cancel them. But if I had gotten picked for a trial, it could be 2 days, 3 days, or whatever, the following Thursday, Thursday, Friday. And I might have to cancel appointments and not make money. So I was really stressed out about it. And then the judge came down and he dismissed all of us. It was like over almost 200 people in that room. We all got
Holy shit.
So I was only there for 2 hours. And I started crying when we got dismissed because I didn't realize how tense I was. It's just
it was the emotional release after it was over. Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind serving on a jury. I mean, it's uncomfortable to me for some reasons because of our legal system. It could be really uncomfortable. And like, if someone is a victim, you could hear painful things, or the defendant could be sentenced in a way that is just not ideal. Like, not reformative. I mean, that makes me uncomfortable, but it would be really interesting to serve, but it's just the financial stress I can't cancel any appointment.
Right.
I need
But
'cause I'm-
I mean,
yeah.
the kind of business you have, if someone wants a massage, they'll just book it on another day. You might just have to work extra that day, but you would, that kind of thing? No?
Because the town is so saturated, people are. That's why I work
Oh.
every single day. Because I've tried like saying, okay, I want Mondays off, and then someone's always like, you don't work on Mondays, and so
Oh,
I just leave the whole thing open. And if I need a day off, if I've had too many hours or there's some family event, then I will block it. But people are so spoiled here because it's so saturated that if you're not available exactly like, oh, I need it 3:00 on Tuesday, she's
Right.
not available, so never mind. So
never mind. They won't rebook. They won't, or they'll find somebody else. Yeah.
but
Wow.
some clients do book ahead, like really far ahead and plan. I have some kind of SI guy. I think he's a lead SI. And he's booked all the way out through September because he's a planner.
Your
Right.
analogy commander. Also, wow.
What's up, Jared?
Howdy.
I'm
We can see you waving, Dave.
glad that it turned out all right for you, and I
Yeah.
hope that work-life balance, really gets sorted out so that you're not like dying. That's like kind of cringe.
Yeah, it's just kind of how it is. I don't know.
It really do be like that. Yeah, it really do be like that sometimes. Not gonna lie.
Have you ever done jury duty, Jared?
Yeah, I've been twice. First time I went down to the courthouse and they gathered us all up and we're going to start the selection process, but the guy pleaded, so they dismissed us. The second time it was during COVID and they just interviewed me on through the internet, and I didn't answer the questions properly, so they're like,
Yeah,
"Okay,
yeah,
you're out."
Each side gets like a veto, a certain number of vetoes, and you probably triggered one of the sides somehow.
Yeah, because they asked about like, do cops always lie or do they always tell the truth or something? I'm like, well, I guess there could be corrupt cops. They're like, oh, okay, this guy's out.
I mean, of course there are.
Yeah, of course there are.
Too,
All the time.
being honest.
Yeah.
But if you ever want to
Yeah.
get out of jury duty, just say that, or just say you run a skeptical society or something. They'll get you out there real quick.
Say you're a
Right.
philosophy major.
I am a
Uh-huh.
convicted felon.
You're not really sure that reality even actually exists.
Or I run a
You
YouTube
are not
channel
real.
challenging cops.
Yeah, right.
Your paperwork is not real.
Yeah, you're the Joe Cool guy that from the.
You're Joe Cool, yeah. Here, want to see my YouTube channel?
Dude, that guy, he should come back.
Uh-huh.
It was honestly fun having him on, I'm not gonna lie.
I thought that guy was entertaining, but there were some moments when he was playing his clips and that made me cry. So I cry
Why?
every day, but because of the tension and the disagreement and and he was sort of
Confrontational, yeah.
he was poking.
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. He was
He
trying to
was-
get a rise of the cops.
Yeah, and that
Yeah.
makes me cry. So
I mean, don't poke the bear. Like, come on. I don't know. Us, like,
Yeah.
it's like icky. Like, don't poke. That's how you get people to lash out. Like, that's how you get a rise. Like, come on.
Well, I think that's what he wanted. Like, he's got a YouTube channel. When they
Yeah,
lash out,
yeah.
it's more entertaining. So,
Yeah, it's like it's good to have people that are documenting stuff that's actually happening, but
right.
yeah, when it crosses the line where you're actually going out seeking it, and then
Yeah.
unbeknownst you're causing it.
Ooh, SI Chop Talk.
But I mean, like, if he's provoking them and one of them bites, and he's also catching the ones that bite, catching the ones, yeah,
I'm not catching any of the good ones. I was
right.
I remember like playing that game of like, okay, well, what do you do? I played the empathy game, you know, of like, okay, well, what do you do if you're one of them? You know, type stuff. Like, and
I can see.
it was kind of it was really interesting, like seeing him to getting him to like reflect and whatnot. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, the one thing that was
You're-
interesting was more that he was afraid of cops at first when he started it, and like I guess the place he got to now is a place of no fear. Like I don't know.
which is good for him.
Yeah,
That
doing
is
that
good.
kind of thing.
So
I think it's good for, as you know, in this country, for people to know all of those rules, know what they have to do, especially if you're Black. It's really important to know. Yeah, you have to be very careful.
Let's give a TLDR for Reggie. So there was this guy, his name's Joe Cool. He's got a channel that's actually pretty successful. How many subscribers did he have? Over 10,000? 30,000? I don't know. Anyway, he jumped on our channel to say hi, and he showed his YouTube channel where he's just going around with a video camera, provoking cops and trying to get them to bite. And
I think it was 3 streams ago that he did that.
yeah, something like that.
And I realized during jury duty that I probably would, if it was a different era, I would need reading glasses because I never read paper books. I read on my iPad, and you can make it big. And I was trying to read your paper again. I thought, oh, that's something I could do while I'm sitting here, you know, just.
Oh, okay.
But it was on my phone, and you can't do landscape.
Oh.
You know, so if it's all this way and you blow it up, then you
have to slide. Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't. I mean, I'd already read it once before on my iPad, which was big, so I couldn't read that again.
But you said you understood it, so that's good.
Oh yeah,
I didn't try to make it too complicated. I tried to make it.
No. It was very easy to understand. I just, in that moment, I felt like I would need to read it again because it's a lot to absorb and see. Like, okay,
Mom, what's up?
What does it mean? Like, what are the implications? What can we do with this? And I think that would take me like a second read and just some processing. I just need to assimilate it.
Oh, I don't know if it'll get published or not in the end, but I submitted it for being published. It's waiting for an editor to be assigned to it. So we'll see. I'll try to go through all the steps. Yeah.
I tried reading it too.
Oh, did you?
It's sort of hard to read. Yeah.
Was it hard to read?
Yeah.
It's not young. You're a reader. It shouldn't be too hard.
I don't know. Like a lot of the definitions that you had on there, I don't know. There's lots of college words in there, so I'm like, what? But yeah, I'm not familiar with some of those concepts that you were talking about. But I'm interested to see how you're marrying them together and like amalgamating them. So
the thing, I feel kind of stupid, but the thing that like I keep.
You're
it's hard for me to keep straight the difference between low entropy and high entropy. I have to keep looking up because it's like, wait, which one's which? That's what
okay.
So I had to keep like referring to Google. Like, what is it again?
Entropy is such a cool concept. Like it is awesome. It really gets me going. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. That's my MT getting.
Yeah, it's counterintuitive because low entropy is something that's highly ordered and structured, so it's hard to keep that straight.
Oh, that's how it's counterintuitive.
So that would be the introverted function that's inside the membrane.
Right. Low entropy is introverted. Yeah, it lines up better with introverted extroverted. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would be like that would be prominent. I have a lot of low entropy prominence in my.
Yeah. I'm sure,
You're complaining about the high entropy of the jury duty.
Yeah, it caused chaos.
Yeah, chaos, and I was not able to comfort myself with my daily routine because it was all.
Which would be low entropy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something I saw too with SI users.
I have that. My daily shit.
Yeah, or that like if there's a new experience, you kind of want to be told what the experience is going to be before you have the experience.
That, yeah.
Whereas SE is the opposite. It's no, just like don't tell me what it's about to be. Let me experience it, and then I'll know what it's. I'll know it after the fact.
Like it's only like I can do that, but only if I choose to. Like if I'm throwing myself into it, rather than say like a tribe is like trying to get me going on to something. It's like, no, I need to know the specifics. What's going on? What's going to happen? Okay. So then I can like start simulating. You know what I'm saying?
Does that affect your sleep?
Me?
Like you're thinking about like you're going to bed at night and you're thinking about the jury duty. Does it affect your sleep?
It affected mine.
Yeah, it would affect mine too.
You find out, like, you can't find out until after 5:15 the night before. But I was already planning, like, if my number gets called, how can I bring some of my SI routines into that room so that I feel comfortable? Like what kind of snacks can make me feel like it's a normal day.
You sound like my girlfriend. Whenever you talk about your SI routines, it's wholesome.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that might have came off weird, but like that made me happy.
I'm sure it could have been taken weird, but no one's like that here.
No.
Okay, I gotta worry. Like I'm kind of looking at the weird spectrum, like the FE weirdness spectrum. And
Yeah.
I know that there are plenty of times where I can be pretty high entropy on that FE weird spectrum. You know what I'm saying?
What are we looking at here, Jared?
Know what I'm saying?
Do you have that
Know
too,
what I mean?
Jared, with the SI?
What, with fleas? Hey,
No, with
Not
needing
being
to
able
know how
sleep.
an experience is going to go, or having some kind of safety in a new experience.
Yeah. Like if I have to do something in the morning, I'll be restless the whole night and not sleep very well.
yeah, that. So, also, how do you feel about fleas? And like little tiny seamy knots. So, what I'm building here, I'm actually putting together an ST defense mechanism against the fleas, using thyme and myrtle oil as two bases that have been shown in multiple studies to repel fleas that attack humans. And fleas are pretty crazy because they aren't repelled by DEET, which would repel mosquitoes and all of that. So it's only like essential oils that repel fleas, like that I can put on me safely. So it's really it's been a real struggle to make a this will be Mark 3. This will be Mark 3 ointment that I'm making. Mark 1 and I'm sorry that I'm going on a tangent here. It's just, can you tell I'm triggered?
Nico, do you have carpet in your room?
No, luckily I have I have wood. And if you would like a room tour real quick, see, this is kind of what it looks like. The clothes, yeah, bit of high entropy there. Low entropy with the chemicals,
How are these? Oh.
Huh?
No, some of these searches don't make sense. I wrote
What?
fleas, but like some of these has nothing to do with fleas.
I think
Google.
it's like
How is
Pestis
this?
vulpix or something.
Mason
Pullix
fleas.
vulpix.
Okay, that's the guy's name.
Flea from Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh wait, you spelled it. You spelled it with two e's.
You
It's
spelled it
that's why, yeah.
FLEA, yeah.
I will. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah. Those bad boys. They're insanely small.
Here,
Luckily,
yeah,
I am
fine.
able to track their like motion and whatnot, and crawling across my skin, and I can feel it. There are times where I don't, and all of a sudden I'll just like feel the sharp pain and then the itch. Oh my god, the itch!
All right.
That drives me up a wall.
I have a question. How long does it typically take you to process things before? before you move on from them?
Me or me or oh, okay. So, all right. It's so. I mean, typically it takes me a little, a good bit of time. But the thing is that I can be okay, right now there's like I've already processed the existence of fleas and have developed, a strategy of getting rid of them. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna not come back and talk about it like, damn, that, wow, here's what's happened, whoa, I'm like, that was crazy and whatnot. So it's like I've processed it, and now I'm just like sharing it with you guys because it's like like I'm building this stuff. The fleas really annoyed me, so I'm sharing that. Um, and I'm sharing all of the versions of my oil mixture that I am, that I'm rolling out. So
Oh, right,
here's
your
the
oil
other one.
mixture. Yeah.
So here's the other one, and this is what I would call a assembled structure. Technically, this structure would be higher entropy than its constituents because it's a mixture. But I'm on the entropy game. Like you got me like hook, line, and sinker with that. But this is Mark 1. Uses cedar essential oil and coconut oil. Mark 2 uses a bit of coconut oil and thyme oil and citrus oils. And well, this is oil that was extracted using like a fryer grease, technically, that I just nuked in the microwave and dumped a bunch of thyme, like the spice, into it and just extracted it. But now for Mark 3, I have sesame seed oil, which allegedly might help. I have thyme, which I have the actual thyme oil. And you can tell that it's very concentrated because here it's asking me to add drops to a carrier oil before I add it into my hair and scalp. So then myrtle oil is also a very, very potent mover. There you go.
Sounds like a quest from a
So-
Hogwarts game or something.
Now, for Mark 4, all right, the alleged hypothetical Mark 4 would include all of these constituents plus this very obscure plant that only grows in Iran and like the Middle East. So Benjamin, you might actually have some of this stuff growing around. It's like a katsa or like katska or like something. But apparently it's like a even better analog to thyme.
What's it called? How do you spell it?
Like katushka or like something. I'm gonna look at it.
It's in the middle of drinking.
I was trying to think. I have had a headache every day since I got COVID. I haven't had a day without a headache. I wish it would stop.
You never lost your taste buds, though, you said.
They were dim. I completely 100% lost my smell for about a day and a half, and I was cleaning even when Russ and I. It was the first time we've ever been sick at the same time, and we had this job to do, so I could actually make some money because it's cleaning out the rental. The grad students in the main house moved out, so it was like scraping, filling holes, painting, doing the baseboards, and I was on the cleaning duty. And we had fevers and we were delirious and just doing this like heavy labor. Well, anyway, there was bleach and all these cleaners I was using to deep clean this house, and I couldn't smell it at all. Like the Windex, the window cleaner, it smelled like nothing. So that was really weird. I don't think I've ever experienced that before.
So,
But
okay,
that's better
with
now.
your headache and whatnot.
Mhm.
So, with that, I know I was
Wait,
like
how
feeling.
do I spell the
had
oil?
COVID.
Keep talking, but tell me how to spell the oil. I want to look it up. Or the plant.
I'll show you. Kakuti.
With a K, a C?
It's in chat.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's in chat.
Look it up.
I'm not sure if it's in comments. I'll put it in
I see
comments as well.
No, I see it. I
I
see it.
need to connect to comments. Oh, well, not doing that. So, yeah, it's Kakuti. Or Zizophoria is also what it's called, like the scientific name. Or Zizophoria tenere. And that's a scientific name.
I found it.
Apparently, it just kicks ass in repelling fleas. Like, holy fuck. It was just like, it blew all of the studies away. Like, thyme and myrtle, kind of close, but like, not at all. If it somehow magically, Benjamin, you could like find this in Israel proper, and like where you'd be able to like send it, I would like actively come over and give you like the biggest, double masculine hug as possible.
All right. Well,
You can.
I would like
Himalayas,
fly over to
Northwest
fly
Africa,
over,
Europe.
fly over to Iran, like fly over to like
Yeah, no,
all
it's
of the
not
Middle
here.
East and just snap my finger and like all conflict will disappear. Trust me,
Right.
bro. I can't do that with fleas, but I can do that with people. I'll just like double decide, lol. But anyways, holy fuck, double deciding the Israeli-Palestine conflict. Holy shit. Oh, that'd be fun. But anyways, aside from that, let's see.
I don't know if it grows here. Let me try to find it.
Yeah, I mean, you can like SC lock on. Remember that.
Yeah.
But
and,
don't
like,
you
maybe see
have
it
enough
around.
of it? Like, if you have a bottle of it, isn't that enough? You don't need more. Won't that last you a
I
while?
don't know. It's like the thing is, it's like European shipping. I pay for it in euros. It'll come over here over fucking seas, and it's like $37 for like a little tiny bottle. Like, I can't, like, on my college salary, I can't afford that. So my hypothetical Mark IV for my flea mixtures aren't gonna go anywhere. Like, it's not gonna go up. But the thing that I can optimize now, knowing that thyme and myrtle are the ones, is that I can optimize scent. Yeah, I can optimize the double feminine tester scent. Because, funny enough, I'm actually like pretty good at smell, despite like being double masculine. It's weird. But that's why, like, for a long time, I thought I was a tester. Like, I'll forget that I'm double masculine until the Hulk syndrome comes out, and it's like, oh, okay, yep, I remember now. Fuck. But yeah. Otherwise, I believe that I'm a tester. I go around and smell chemicals all the time. So that's what I'm going to improvise. That's going to be my like Mark 3.1, optimized.
You just earned yourself a new nickname, Chemical Tester.
Oh, did I? Well, I'm still disassembled structures right now. So, but yeah, chem tester. Honestly, pretty good. Not the. Yeah, pretty good. I'm like in share mode because I'm really excited. So, do you guys want to see my chemical collection? That's up to you. It's up to you all. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Show us your chemical connection. Let's see it.
Okay. So, a little bit of a story as well tied to this. So, I was going
So
to.
this is tell and show, not just show.
Tell and show. Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Well, you gotta know like the SI context.
of course.
So you go. So I went and I asked my chem teacher on Monday. Hey, do you have time to talk? You know, kind of want to talk about like consciousness theory and all of that because like science, it's discussion. You know, a lot of science is discussion. You know, I have high respect. I'm not sure. Like, I think it is respect, like for the TIs. Like, whenever it comes to that, because it's not like FI I like you. It's like TI I like you, but like in like I like you intellectually. It's like I respect you intellectually. Like I don't know. Like if somebody gets into my TI, I'll be perfectly happy with them like telling me I'm wrong and correcting me because I respect them. But anyways, aside from that,
Does ridiculing you with TI make you respect them?
ridiculing is different.
Like, do you respect your friend who ridiculed you with you?
No,
No. You don't want to
No.
hear his TI anymore.
not hearing that. He's gone off a cliff with it. It's yeah. There's no openness. There's no degree of openness with that. Which
All right, show us your
is
chemical connection.
ultimately going to collapse his theory, more than likely. You know, but anyways, yeah. So, anyways, TLDR, chem teachers graduating. I mean, not graduating, retiring, and the grad student that I was, you know, that I was like doing shit with, was also was graduating, finally moving on. So he said, "Well, I don't need any of this stuff. Go on, take it." So fast forward about 4 hours later, we have my car full of boxes of chemicals, chem supplies, and everything that could probably actually pay for my car entirely. Like I could probably buy another Buick with that. But anyways,
Walter White origin story.
yeah, I mean, I think I have the ingredients to make the fun stuff, but you know, I'm purposely not going to look up that SI secret. It's not really an SI secret at all. But honestly, I could probably figure it out. But so going here. Okay, so here's like the actual chemicals. So pulling this out. Moving the marks. Yeah, I can always build on this at a later time because I'm not. My room is like flea resistant now. So this is like honestly tartaric acid. That's cool, but here's hexavalent chromium 6 oxide. It is a super carcinogen. Not really a super carcinogen, actually. But look at those labels. Wow. Yeah. 100 grams of this straight up horror.
Okay, so you like labels too.
Super I've always
labels
have.
don't just
Always.
bother you. Labels, you like labels.
Always have.
All right.
Oh, okay.
The
Labels bother me if they are incorrect. Like
okay.
if they don't make sense to me or they're incorrect or somebody labels me as something different. So like for instance, that was like my whole story with typing was it was a label game. And I wanted to call it something different. I was playing a label game trying to get the best label, which is what I would call NISE, right? Because that was like I still had the cognitive biases from, old Typeland. Ye old Typeland, Wild West. But, anyways, here is phosphotungstic acid. Yeah, it's actually a compound of tungsten, which is really, really, like, really, really cool. Here's pyridinium chlorochromate. It is also another oxidizer that's a bit more tame than chromium V oxide. So I can, oxidize shit. Here is formamide, which is just formaldehyde, but instead an amide. Triethylamine, it's another amine. It's pretty useful. Sulfathiazole, you might, if you look at the labels in antibiotics, you might notice this as a antibiotic that you can take, that they will give you. So I have this whole bottle of antibiotic. So it's really, really good. Can't wait to see how I fuck this up. But anyways, here's sodium borohydride. This is the counter to my my oxidizing agents. It is a reducing agent, and what that does is that it takes the oxygen away from whatever compound that you're trying to do. It takes the more electronegative compound away from whatever you're trying to reduce. So say you have an alcohol, which is an OH, you can reduce that and just turn it into a what do you might call it? A double bond carbon, I believe, which would be a reduced form. What is that called? What is that? Double bond, whatever. Double bond carbon. I would call it that for now. Here is 1111333 hexafluoral 2-propanol. Good lord, that's like isopropyl rubbing alcohol, but replace all of the hydrogens with fluorine. It smells wild, and I probably shouldn't be smelling it, but it's weirdly sweet but burns. It's like I shouldn't be smelling it. Anyways, here's one of my greatest hauls. Just read that. Just take a read on that.
That sounds like my personality.
Potassium. I can't see what it says.
Potassium cyanide.
Oh, okay. That's not good.
Yep. No. That's good. That's good. That's a good.
Good.
Yes. 100%. And here's methylene blue. This actually is the antidote to cyanide.
Mm-hmm.
So I have that sitting right next to the cyanide. I also have a cyanide test kit right here. So, aside from all that, that's like the base chemical collection. I have so much more. So,
I grew up in a lab, a biology lab.
You grew up in a. Were you an experiment? Were you a lab monkey?
My mom worked in a biology lab, so I spent a lot of time there. Every time there was like a school was out, I would just go with her, and
right.
So I know a lot about labs. I played with the magnets, from the mixer thingy.
I have those.
And she taught me at a very early age how to kill a mouse. You take the head and the tail and you pull quickly.
You pull quickly on the head and the tail and it dies?
Oh, because of the spine. Yes, because
how is that learning at a young age?
The spine.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's just it was traumatic.
Like she made you kill a mouse,
or she just showed me. She just showed me this, and this is how you kill a lab mouse.
And she killed it in front of you?
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, I think I was probably 5.
Did she make you name it first and pet it? And then
bruh.
No, but there was a room where all the animals were kept. They were doing biological, testing for medicine on at the University of Texas. And
must have been traumatic.
Went up to the electron microscope room to look at the electron microscope. So it was pretty fun.
That's so cool. That is so cool. Honestly,
aside from the mouse thing, it was a good
experience. I'm sorry about the mouse thing. That probably sucked. But anyways, maybe some of these chemicals, you might like, or maybe you're a bigger fan of the lab equipment, which I'll get to.
I deal with a
So-
lot of chemicals in ceramics, and yeah, some of them are pretty dangerous. Chromium
So-
is pretty toxic.
Oh yeah, chromium. That's a fun one. But here you go. Here's toluene. That's pretty easy. This is like my solvent container.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. Here's benzene. Like here's dichloromethane. Here's a bromoform. Now that's a really, really interesting one. I'll get to that.
Toluene is
here's-
methylbenzene, right?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
And then here's carbon tetrachloride. Yep, that is the ozone hole chemical. Banned in like fucking 37 countries for like business use.
Mhm.
So glad I got that. Here's bromodecane. That's just decane, which is 10 carbons with a bromo on it, with a bromine.
He was just
here's-
asked once this stream, yeah.
1,4-dioxane. Pyridine, which is a really, really useful chemical.
Why do you own all this? Where did you steal it from your lab?
Well, I told you what happened.
You
My retiring my retiring lab professor was just like looked to me and this grad student and was like, "You can have it. Just take whatever you want to take." So,
Wow.
I had a
You basically
like I
stole it
said-
from the lab. He let you steal it from the lab.
Sure, yeah, he let
Yeah.
me steal it from his lab.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's his lab, so like,
Right.
I'm not
Okay.
really stealing.
Well,
But anyways, here's chloroform, but bromine. This bad boy is really dense. That's like one of the first things that you can feel. You might be able to see kind of the strain on my arm from holding it.
uh-huh.
Pretty dense.
Uh-huh.
And liquids like that are really, really cool. They're really, really like fascinating to me because of just the sensation of density. Like I wouldn't expect a liquid to be that dense. But anyways, there's like my solvents. Nothing really spectacular. Gonna put this back here. And I'm gonna move over here real quick. Phosphoric acid here, sulfuric acid, magnesium turnings, potassium nitrate, acetone, cool stuff, right? That's that.
All right.
And here's just some more science equipment. Oh, shit. Oh, I'm sorry. Here.
I was at we were at the hardware store one time.
Yeah.
And I was getting a thing of acetone like that big because sometimes I paint my toenails, so they're pretty for barefoot massage. But then
it's so useful.
Then I got sick of it and I stopped painting them because it's a pain in the ass. But I got a little, like 12 ounces or something. And we were checking out and Russ said, you could get a gallon of that for cheaper, And I was like, I don't need a gallon of acetone.
There you go.
It was just funny. Like, what would I do with a whole gallon of acetone? It would last me for a lifetime.
Oh, it is aside from isopropyl alcohol.
It's a good solvent.
It is the best solvent. Isopropyl alcohol is a much better
Trichlor
solvent.
is better, I think.
No.
Trichloroethylene
No.
is better.
No,
But it's not
incorrect. Isopropyl alcohol is the best because it is mixable with literally every other solvent. Any solvent that you can you can think of, isopropyl alcohol can mix with it. So that's super, super useful for like column chromatography. So yeah, there you go. That's my reasoning. Isopropyl is king. And then also the fluoroisopropyl that I showed you earlier is good for dissolving amino acids.
I mean,
So it's
in
like
our lab, we
really
use
good as well.
trichloroethylene as a solvent. It's the best one. We have alcohol. We have
I
all
mean,
this.
I mean for your lab, sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of where my TI will like get get up to date. It's like no, incorrect.
No? All right.
I mean, it's probably the best for your lab. So like, that's where. But to me, that's incorrect. But
Why is it incorrect?
I explained why.
No, you didn't say
because
anything about trichloroethylene. You said something about something else. Why is
Oh.
trichloroethylene not a good solvent?
Well, I didn't say it was not a good solvent. I said it wasn't the best solvent
All right. Why is it not the best solvent?
because isopropyl is, and I
Well,
explained.
no, but talk about. I don't care about isopropyl. I'm asking you about trichloroethylene.
Okay, trichloroethylene is. Let's see. It is this, right? Uh, so you got the double bond. Correct?
Let me see.
It's trichloroethylene? Ethylene. No.
No, that's not it.
Nope. That's trichloroethane. So ethylene would be
It's got 3 H's and 3 Cl's and 2 carbons.
3 H's.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. So,
Yeah, no double bond.
well, I heard ethylene, and I'm just like, okay, well, that's
It is.
typically,
It's ethylene.
yeah, it's typically weird, but
Or
okay.
ethane.
Well, it's a.
Trichloroethane.
Oh, okay. There we go. Okay, that makes more sense. So, okay, I can see why this is pretty good.
Yeah.
Especially if you want to use chlorinated solvents, because carbon tet and chloroform are going to be more toxic than this. So,
It's good against
I can
organic. It's
understand that.
good on organic compounds.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's pretty good. I mean, I didn't deny that it was a good solvent. I just said that it wasn't the best in my personal opinion.
Okay.
Sorry, that's like one place that like chemistry is one place where my TI will be more masculine on. Like that's
Okay.
where like. And here we go. We got a whole thing of chloroform.
Wow.
So yeah.
Yeah,
pretty
don't share that with your
decent solvent, I
fraternity.
guess.
Yeah. No,
Oh, I did. It's fine. They're fine. My frat knows that I'm the chemist guy, so it's like yeah, we're good. Like here's all
Yeah.
of the equipment.
You might
And
get in
now-
trouble. Just saying.
No.
yeah.
Depending on who you let use that.
Feels a little
Oh,
bit.
who I
dangerous.
let use it? Oh, who I let use it? Oh, well, no one's using it.
Good. Yeah.
I was gonna say no one's using my shit unless if I give them express permission.
What were you saying, Annie?
I don't. It just makes me uncomfortable. All of those
That,
chemicals.
like, someone can have chloroform.
Well, chloroform and just all those chemicals in that room. Like Google
Yeah.
every single fucking one of them and know how to handle them and what you're
Right.
doing
Right.
with those chemicals.
Don't you need like a license to store chemicals like that in a place? Like, don't you have? Aren't there standards on how you can store them?
There are standards for waste disposal. I know that, but as for the as for
Like, if there's a fire in your house or
storing
something,
chemicals?
that's not good.
Yeah, or some of those things like spilling, like tipping over and mixing.
well,
Don't control them, bro.
There's protocols. Those things need to be done.
there's 100% protocols. No, I completely concur. Though I've made sure to just kind of have my shit more stable. There's certainly there are protocols, and I understand that. But whenever it comes to like the fire and whatnot, I think there'd be like a fire in the house. I think there would be bigger problems than my chemicals. So yeah.
Do you ever just feel like mixing them all together in a bucket and seeing what happens?
Well, I have some of this, So, and I have some cyanide, so it's like, let's not. How about no? Let's not do that. We got lithium aluminum hydride. That's a really, really good reducer. And that's staying right in there. Mm-hmm. This one I grabbed because it was really, really interesting. Dibenzo 18 crown. That's 2 benzenes with a huge crown ether attached to it, which is just like really, really cool. Boiling stones, dryerite for dehydration, bromopropane, diethyl phosphite, some zinc, potassium permanganate. This is like kind of just the drawer. But anyways, the lab equipment, I don't want to get it out. Like it's
okay. You showed us a lot today. It was a good show.
But here's something that I made. If you can see, that's a cancer lamp. That is one of my proudest creations. Because it's a halogen lamp that I busted the glass on to get directly to the bulb. So it just releases like UVC radiation in just vast quantities. And so it can cause cancer.
That would be good to kill bacteria in your house.
Yes. And I use it for I made it specifically for UV photo halogenation.
We got a news briefing here.
Squirrels and fleas survive.
Breaking news.
The squirrels and fleas
survive. Do you know who
just
Alexander Shulgin is?
Detonates. No. Okay. Wait, is that the radioactive Boy Scout?
No clue.
No, I think that's different. I think it's different. Though I wouldn't be surprised. I think I got compared to him a couple times. Because I swear, somebody sees somebody who's like very into their craft, like with chemistry and whatnot. And that's like kind of like chemistry with me. It's like, oh my god, that's so dangerous. And since it's like my thing, I'm like, it's fine. I know it's dangerous, right? But it'll be fine. I'll be fine.
Yeah, no, it's not dangerous if you know what you're doing, but you've got a lot of stuff
exactly
that can be dangerous if you wanted them to be.
Oh, exactly.
And you don't seem like you're like, if your mom ever called the cops on you to take you to a hospital and they see all that stuff there, you know what I mean? Like, you're not a Unabomber.
I'm not a Unabomber, but I mean, he dropped some like serious truth bombs. I'm not gonna lie.
Right. Okay.
But it's like, but his solution though, it was just he was dealing with PTSD. Apparently, he was like apparently he was part of like the MK Ultra experiments. So that's weird.
Sure.
But,
sure.
I mean, MK Ultra is like that kind of stuff. That's like not a conspiracy anymore. It's like 10 years ago, sure, right? But like now, it's like no. No. Okay, so who's the guy that was mentioned? Alexander what?
Shulgin.
Shulgin? Okay.
Yeah, I'll put it up on screen.
I'm looking it up. American biochemist. Oh boy. Oh, he looks kind of crazy. Okay, what's going on here? Shit.
You can share your screen if you want.
In order to work with psychoactive chemicals. Okay. Yep, okay. Oh, introduced MDMA. Oh fuck. Okay. He was this guy. Yeah, I've heard of him. Okay.
I thought that name sounded familiar.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Oh yeah, so you could probably start a
Mescaline.
little drug lab with all you got. Some kind of psychoactive stuff.
I have principles, man.
Oh, okay.
It's like here's the thing. It's like I could definitely. There's potential. Like there's always potential. But the thing is, it's like I know that I'm not gonna like do that because there isn't any need. There's means of making money and means of surviving that don't involve making chemicals to harm other people
Or get high. It's not
or
necessarily
get
harming.
high. Like, well, the thing is, getting high, right? Weed, sure. Like weed, sure. But the thing is that these kinds of chemicals that can have psychoactive effects on the mind
Mhm.
need to be tested, need to be researched and whatnot. Because
Don't you have squirrels?
I do have squirrels. Yeah, I do. You know, honestly,
Go
I
ahead,
have
Annie.
so many squirrels around my house, and I'm so nice to them. I'm just very friendly. Every time, I walk on my door, I see one. Oh, hi, squirrel. And they're so afraid of me. I never did anything to them.
oh well, I
It's
think.
okay,
Well,
but
do you like walk up on them? Like, do you walk up on them and be like, "Oh, hi"?
I'm just doing my
'Cause-
business. I acknowledge them. Hi,
Ah,
just hello.
so
Do you feed them?
okay. What my dad would
No.
do.
I'm not trying to like make a squirrel friend, but I don't know. I just they don't need
So-
to be afraid of me, and they are.
What my
Well, they
dad
don't
would
know
do
that though. Yeah.
is that like he'll go outside and he'll smoke, and whenever he smokes, he just kind of stays still, just chills, and he doesn't. He makes sure not to look at them directly, but he kind of acknowledges them. Just like a subtle. Won't say anything, but just. Oh, I have no doubt that he's a genius. No doubt. No doubt in my mind. But, anyways, he will go out and smoke, just acknowledging the creatures, and just because he stays still and kind of just exists out there at any time of the day, the creatures come and they play around. They feel free to do their thing. There's no there is no hustle and bustle with him. There's nothing. He just chills. So I think that might be the difference. Like, because if you're on the move and like you have a purpose, like you're going somewhere, I would think that they could sense that. Like they could tell.
How was your week, Jared?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yesterday I fell while riding my bike. I fell off and I like bruised my ribs, so I'm sort of in pain.
Oh no!
What were you doing to fall off?
The new tires I have on there are like tubeless, and they slide a lot easier. So I'm not used to it, and I just took a corner too fast, and it like slid out.
It's got like a metal structure to make them tubeless.
No, it's like your car. You know how your cars doesn't have a tube. It's like a seal.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's just a
Like
seal.
yeah. It's supposed to be. You don't have to.
Yeah, they do that to bikes now all the time. You can't find tubes anymore, so they do those.
Yeah.
They got these new tubeless ones though that like you don't even need to inflate. They're just always you can puncture them and they're fine.
Oh, it has like a substance inside there or something.
Yeah, it's got like a metal coil or something in them.
I haven't seen those.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they slip more. The tubeless ones.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I don't have it inflated.
It was wet?
enough or no. Well, I was on
No,
a
if it's too inflated, it slips more usually. If it's not inflated enough, it slips less. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I've inflated them a lot so that I'll get better, so I can go up the hills easier.
So yeah, it slips more if you inflate them a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I was in the neighborhood and I turned too fast on the neighbor's driveway and just
Remember when you can fall and get hurt and it wasn't that big a deal?
Yeah.
I did a similar thing like 15 years ago, and I just like biffed it and got up. The neighbor was watching me, and I'm like, he's like, "Oh, you're okay?" Like I did that, I'd be down for the count.
Right.
Now I am
Yeah, I
down for
did
the
this.
count.
In martial arts where you do like a diving roll, and you roll kind of diagonally. Well, I wanted to show my niece and nephew that the other day. It did not feel the same. I mean, I did it, but it felt really different. My connective tissue doesn't protect me as much as it used to.
Did you get a chance to watch that David Lynch class? I think he's similar to your type, right, Annie?
Yeah, I just never finished it.
He's visual, yeah.
Yeah, I started playing it and then I never finished. But I grew up watching Twin Peaks.
Yeah, Twin Peaks, that was way before its time.
Mm. Yeah, I was really into that show.
All right.
Yeah.
I have a question about like how much water is there in Israel? Like do you have to time your showers? Like have a shorter shower because there's not as much
Used to. Yeah, it
water?
used to be pretty bad. Now it's a lot better. They have desalination plants. They have a lot of ways to recycle water here.
Are bathtubs typical?
Not everywhere.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Oregon we don't have to think about it much.
Right.
We've got
Right.
a lot of water.
Yeah, it used to be bad. I think it's a lot better now. Yeah. But yeah, they have like the two flushing. I think you guys only have one flushing over there,
Well,
right?
in my office here I have two. The higher
Right.
flow and lower flow. Yeah.
Right. So here it's like standard to have that everywhere. The two flushing ones.
The leaders from Utah, I saw that they're visiting Israel to like get ideas of how to save water and what to do and
Yeah.
sort of implement some low-hanging fruit solutions that will help out.
Yeah, a lot of solutions came from here. Like they got the drip irrigation where you can just save so much water on plants.
Yeah.
And then
Versus, there's a lot of loss to evaporation if you don't, right?
mm-hmm. And then yeah, all of the desalination stuff. Because you could just take water from the sea. Not a big deal.
Isn't that sort of expensive?
Oh, it's been a while.
Hey,
Hey.
Blair.
You got a break from the army? Over?
No, I escaped. Over.
Oh,
Yeah.
The squirrels have you now.
Yeah. There are too many squirrels over there.
how you been? Been a while.
Yeah, man. What's going on, dude?
I'm good. I figured out what's wrong with the world.
Oh, nice.
Oh, you did?
That's always good. It's other people, right? It's never us.
It's squirrels.
It's squirrels?
Yeah.
That's what's wrong with the world?
Yeah.
All right. This is gonna need a breakdown, and you know it.
What? Well, I spend a lot of time in the backyard with my dog, and every time he sees a squirrel, he runs at it and barks to chase it away. So I figured that squirrels are wrong.
Squirrels are wrong.
Yeah.
Squirrels are wrong. Squirrels are broken. My dog is perfect.
So
Oh man.
Yeah.
How do you feel about fleas and like little tiny little pests?
Oh, we're back on the fleas. Nice.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
was wondering when that was gonna happen.
well, if they're not there, then you don't have to feel about them.
Okay, well, what if they are there?
Then you it's an infestation and you get rid of it.
What if you don't have the money to get rid of them?
Then
Sell your chemistry set.
I don't know. It's not as bad as squirrels, though. I promise.
What?
Yeah, my dogs have a really high prey drive, and so if we're walking and they see a squirrel, they can pull me real hard, pull me over. So I'm always like scanning, and
Oh,
I wear
I think
I
that's
wear
just
the
something.
dog.
Yeah, I think that's just something all dogs like to do is just chase squirrels. It's fun for them. And then,
Yes.
like, I had a dog once in Canada where he caught the squirrel and didn't know what to do with it, so he just let it go.
oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, my dogs have killed squirrels and possums and rats.
Oh, okay. That's probably why they're afraid of things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the squirrels. Yeah.
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 My
Annie,
mom had a
Okay,
really
so-
dumb dog who would just smell like skunk all the time and just never learned.
Oh, yeah. Got skunked.
Never learn. Always chase a skunk.
oh my god, yeah.
God, that would just suck. So, wait, Claire, why'd you get out of the military?
Over.
There's too many
Over.
squirrels.
Too many
Ah,
squirrels.
yes.
Yeah. And Annie, if you're walking your dog and it starts pulling, and you get pulled, I would suggest like having a lower center of gravity, and then you might have more. You won't get pulled.
I
Yeah,
do
just
have
take a sumo stance.
I do have a very low center of gravity.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm very short and bottom heavy, so that's not an issue. I have really good balance too. But I wear my dogs. I take them one at a time, and it's like a belt, so it's hands free. But then when I see a squirrel or anything, I can grab the leash, to make sure they don't
Okay.
pull me over.
Yeah, I
You
just
could
feel
probably
bad.
also discipline your dogs.
I do.
Yeah.
The younger one is better. The older one is damaged. We got him when he was
Damaged. What the hell?
he,
Okay,
he was
sorry.
he was adopted. I mean, there.
That happens, yeah.
Yeah, we got him when he was over maybe 16 weeks, and he'd been to 2 other homes and had been rejected, and he was afraid of magazines and dish towels. So I think it was a
Probably got
situation
beat, yeah.
where the people thought, "Oh, let's get a puppy," and then they couldn't handle it, and they got mad at him. So he's extremely neurotic, and I just never could get him to stop pulling on the leash. But the younger one's good. But now he's old. He's like over 14.5, and so he doesn't pull because he gets worn out. So we're walking pretty slow.
Yeah. I feel bad if because I've heard a story. Someone I know who tried to walk too many big dogs at once, and they pulled, and then she had to let go of the leash, and then yeah.
Yeah, my dogs weigh more than me if
Yeah.
I walk them both. So I don't walk them both because they can overpower me.
Like the dog that's older, it never stopped being neurotic.
He's a little better, but like we're just sitting on the couch and you just touch him, nice, and he flinches almost every time. So
Yeah,
he was just severely abused, I think.
Yeah, my aunt had a dog that was like that, and when my kid was small, they're like a year and a half, 2 years, and they were trying to pet it, and it just like freaking out a little bit. So it's interesting though, it doesn't like, even though that's like in a good house, it didn't modify its behavior that much, huh?
It's trauma, yeah.
No, he's so much better. But it took like he's over 14 now, but it took probably 8 years for him to be comfortable with my partner because he's over 6 feet tall. So I think he was just afraid of men. It was probably like a man, rolling up a magazine and hitting him or something. But now he can relax, he can just lay on his back and feel, but if you touch him, he flinches.
Just like ever vigilant type thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mark 3 has been completed.
What does consortium mean?
Consortium is, or consortium. People say it both ways. Like a group of some kind.
Yeah, that's right. A group of some kind.
Yeah. An association typically of several business companies.
Oh, that's funny.
It's a nice way to say cartel.
I could have used Confederacy too. So.
How do I change? I can't change my name on the phone.
Squirrel incrimination.
Can you change it to Squirrel Inc?
Oh,
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you want a period after the C?
Wait, so you're Squirrel
No.
Incorporated now?
Yeah, man.
So you've sided with the squirrels.
I found a building here. I was out eating a couple months ago. There's a building that it has a big old sign on it. Says, I can't remember, but it says something in NFP. It's like the NFPs are incorporating. I was like, oh no, we're in trouble.
Claire, what have you done?
I remember
Claire's
when
becoming Squirrel Inc. so he can infiltrate Dave and Shan's house in Portland.
yeah.
Oh man, that's gonna suck. They're gonna have to let go of Maisie, otherwise take her with.
They already did.
Well, they let her out. Yeah, they let her outside, but she still comes by and they like feed her and whatnot.
Hmm?
But still, it's like, you know, they gotta say their goodbyes.
Are they moving again?
I'm thinking so. I don't know. My suspicion is that Dave is afraid of the Cascadia Mega Thrust vault.
Yeah, I am too. Yeah.
Yeah, I am three.
Sorry, he's afraid of what?
Well, what scared
Cascadia
me
Mega
about
Thrust
it,
vault.
I went through a phase last year where I wanted to hear all about it and I wanted to sort of know what to do. So there's like a, what do they call it? Like a P wave or something, which is a warning. It's like a little shake. But then if that thing goes, the quake will be like 5 minutes long. It'll be really big. And Russ is telling me from growing up in LA that even a 1 minute quake feels interminable. Like it just goes on and on. And he said this one, if it's that big, it goes for 5 minutes. You just you feel panicky. You can't help feeling panicky. And usually when people die in earthquakes here, where the buildings are earthquake safe, it's like older people and vulnerable people that die of heart attacks because your adrenaline strikes so much. But then also with that one, it's a worry that the dams will break. I mean, it would be really catastrophic, like no clean drinking water, no supplies if the dam breaks.
So the biggest concern, well, first off, you'll more than likely get a warning on your phones because they'll detect it with a buoy outwards.
And you'll have
So you'll get like a 10-second warning, which is not much at all, but it's better than nothing.
And you open the doors really quick. Open all your doors because the frames will jam the door shut. You go outside. Yeah.
So, and then also, the type of buildings, like you won't know until it hits. Like you won't know until it happens, but there are certain buildings that are going to be, based off of size, based off of height alone, will depend on, thanks to the wave oscillation, will determine whether they get more or less damaged. And then also, at the same time, what do you might call it? What do you might call it? My biggest concern with the Cascadia Megathrust would be the tsunami.
Yeah, where I am specifically in my neighborhood, that isn't an issue, but for a lot of people in Oregon, it will be. But the biggest thing is the dam breaking. It's just going to roll. That would be very, very bad.
Yeah, that would be very concerning.
Have you been in an earthquake before?
We had one here, like on the 4th of July several years ago, 2015. But it was what I felt was so mild, but it was unmistakable. I thought that must have been an earthquake. And I was over here at my office, and then Russ came over and knocked on my door, and he said, "I think that was an earthquake." But it was not a big deal.
When I lived in Seattle, I was in one that was probably like a 6 or a 5, and it shook all the buildings, and there's some old walls fell down. And
Do you get like a few earthquakes before as it ramps up, or just after?
that was it, just boom.
Oh, there's just
there.
no aftershocks, nothing, no after earthquakes.
No, it wasn't a super big one.
Yeah.
It like shook the buildings, and we're like staying in the doorwell, just like looking around. Then everybody left, like all the tall skyscrapers that were in downtown. Everybody was leaving because those buildings were like swaying, and people were like feeling sick and stuff because they were nervous, and so the whole buses were crowded. Everybody got out of the downtown fast.
Wow.
That I think Seattle is scary because they filled in the bay there with lots of dirt. They just outfilled it and filled in some of the bay. So they say that if there's a big earthquake, it's going to liquefy that dirt. It's just going to turn to just like wash down. Then they could have like chiroplastic flows from Mount Rainier.
Yeah.
If that volcano ever goes off.
Yeah. You guys have a big fault line on the West Coast.
Yeah, it's part of the big old ring of fire, right?
Right.
Sometimes I think about it when I'm in bed at night because I sleep up high in a loft area, and falling off the bed is already a possibility just because of the way that it's constructed. And I sometimes feel really safe and comfortable, and then I remember that the earthquake could happen at any moment. And you could be dead asleep and it just shakes you and throws you off the bed.
Oh no.
You can get a seatbelt installed.
Bet that.
I think that's a good idea because I just sleep like on my back anyway. I don't move a bunch. I don't move around a lot. So that's a good idea.
Do you relate your experience with that to your functions? Like, how much are you worrying about? How much are you going to sleep worried that you might be jolted?
I'm just an anxious person, so I think it's just the any, So I have a lot of demon any sort of characteristics. It's like savior and demon, good possibilities, but also the ability to think of really negative possibilities. And I remember one time I was saying, well, like, what if this happens? What if that happens? What if that happens? And I can think of all the things that could go wrong. And Russ said, wow, you really think of everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't have much fear really anymore. People fear, but not. If it happens, it happens.
Yeah. That's how Russ is too. Makes me sick.
Yeah.
How well adjusted he is.
You're just gonna.
I have to carry all the anxiety.
You'll be able to do it, right?
Yeah.
So okay.
I mean,
with
we've
the-
got rockets and stuff too, and just no
Yeah.
worries, no concerns. If it happens, it happens. Nothing to do.
Yeah.
So I wanted to answer your question with the earthquakes of the with like the shocks and aftershocks. Typically, the big one just happens. Like typically, it is just
Sometimes, yeah.
big.
Sometimes it builds up. Sometimes there's a big one,
Yeah.
and then it
Very,
drops
very
off.
rarely does it actually build up.
Well, they've got people monitoring that all over the world, and they see it actually build up. They can predict it because of the way.
I think in the Pacific Northwest, it's like a production zone, right?
That's I believe that's wrong.
No, it's not.
I'll need to do some more looking into that, but typically the way it goes is you got the big like 7.0 that just hits, and then you have the calculation of the aftershocks afterwards.
Yeah, you get aftershocks afterwards, but they also can predict it. Usually, you don't feel the buildup, but you can monitor it.
Oh, are you talking about the seismic waves beforehand? Oh, okay. I thought you meant individual earthquakes before.
But sometimes
the
you can
big
actually
one.
feel it. Yeah, sometimes you can actually feel it before the big one.
But the seismic waves, yes, 100%. The P waves you can feel before the more damaging S ones. Okay, yes. Which in that
sometimes
case,
you can feel it too.
Yeah. Especially if you're like a cat or something, like they feel it, and the detectors feel it, and that's where you get those like 10-15 second warnings in advance. But no, I thought you meant like days in advance with like a buildup of small earthquakes, and I'm like, no, that's not how that works. But
sometimes you do. That happens.
It's very rare that a sequence of small earthquakes will trigger a big one. But yeah, I agree. It can happen.
No, they don't trigger the big one, but they happen before the big one sometimes.
I mean, yeah, like sometimes. Typically, though, it's big and then small. Because typically, if you have a big one, the fault just all gives. So that implies that you're not going to have a bunch of smaller ones to release that pressure before the big one is released. Typically. Of course, there are outliers, but that's like it'd be like that. And then with the whole Mount Rainier thing that you talked about, yeah, that's kind of dangerous. Not gonna lie. All the lahars and whatnot. Geez, like so many towns are just built on lahar deposits. The thing is, it's like at the same time, I don't blame them because the soil's just so good.
Yeah, it's a cool phenomenon though how vibrations can make Earth liquid.
Yeah, soil liquefaction. It's very, very. It is very, very cool. Also, did you hear about like a couple years ago the 3 7.0s in like Turkey that hit Istanbul?
Yep.
That was big, yeah.
Jeez. Yeah, no, that was
They
insane.
have robots that do that wiggle the earth to dig. In order to dig, instead of actually digging down, they just wiggle around and liquefy the earth.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But anyways, guys, I'm gonna need to go.
All right, later, Nico. Thanks for coming, man.
Yeah,
Thanks
no
for showing
problem.
us your chems.
You might see me later. I'm gonna try and bring my my little brother on stream. Not my biological little brother. I'm his only child, but my fraternity son. He's basically Mark Rober.
Okay.
He's so cool. He's great. He's great.
Okay, bye, Nico.
Bye bye.
Thanks for coming, man.
Bye.
Yeah, no problem, guys. Claire, nice to see you back.
Yeah. Good
See ya.
to see you. Bye.
Good to see you too, man.
Are you afraid of stuff like that, Claire?
What stuff?
Earthquakes and stuff?
No.
No. But squirrels, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, you want to see my dog? Look, you think he's the one that's wrong?
No, he's always right.
He's
What's his name again?
TJ. And you know, in Rick and Morty, there's that show. There's the episode where the squirrels are watching everything, and they have like the intel and everything.
Right.
Am I remembering
Yeah.
that properly? Is it squirrels or birds? I think it's squirrels.
Well, they would make good spies.
Yeah. So, yeah, with like natural disasters, it I don't know why it's not scary, but I'm sure like I'm not really scared enough to prepare for it. And if it was happening, it would just be more like there would be a lot of urgency, but not like
Panic?
that like
The panic?
not like that really deep fear, like not really a panic. It's just the urgency. It's just an emergency response.
Yeah, I think when you're like, I'm afraid of it, the anticipation, but when you're actually in that moment, you have the adrenaline and you just move into action. You do what you do.
Yeah, you just start thinking about what you have to do.
Mm-hmm.
I think, well, people respond differently to emergencies as well. So, and I tend to be active.
Yeah. Yeah, it always got me, the airplane stuff where they're always telling you these are the exits. This is what you do in case of a crash, all this kind of stuff. And you could see all of the the double observers being okay, all right, fine. And then the NI DOMs like they already know the stuff. They're already prepared. They already know where all the exits are. They already planned to sit next to an exit just in case.
Oh yeah, that's funny.
I pay attention to all that stuff.
Oh yeah? Yeah.
I'm scared. I'm afraid of planes. Yeah.
Have you
It's-
flown
Oh, really?
any?
Not in a while, but yeah, I mean, I've been to Romania, Europe. And the last flight was to Denver in some year. I don't know. Sometime in the last decade. And then before that, I had not. Oh no, I went to Sedona, Arizona for a school reunion, and then. But there was a long period I was in Bucharest during the 9/11 attacks, and I actually got stuck there and had to stay for, an extra 10 days or 2 weeks because there were no flights. And
What were you doing out there?
I went to university in Eastern Oregon, and this girl that lived across the street from me was from Romania, and we were friends, and she was going back to visit, and she said, hey, just want to come with me. So I went with her and stayed in her family home. We ended up being there.
About 25 at that time?
No, I was younger. I was, I think, 2001. I don't know. I was born in 77. I can't do math, but I think I was younger than 25. Maybe I was 23. Yeah. And yeah, so we ended up being there for like a month or more because of the delay. But that was interesting being there during that time. Yeah, I mean, it gave a different perspective because the whole world was on high alert. They had around the embassy the mirrors where they're looking under the cars that are parked around the embassy, American embassy.
Right. Yeah, there was definitely an overreaction after that, but.
Yeah, I remember the long distance calls were. I mean, this was back. I didn't have a cell phone with me there, but it was like the Nokia days. But
yeah, most people didn't have cell phones back then.
Yeah, the mother of the house did not want me to, call my mom at all. Long distance phone calls, and I didn't care, whatever. But then after that happened, we were hungover. We were watching it in French first. And then my friend, she speaks all the languages, and she said, "Well, let me change this to BBC," because I mean, I kind of understand French, but it's better if I can hear it in English. Right. And her mom came in, and she said, "Go call your mom right now."
Oh,
that was very sweet.
Well, she's a mom. She knows what it's like. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, those days are gone. All that, no cell phone, no long distance.
Hmm. Yeah, I know, it's amazing. Yeah, I love that. I love having friends all over the world, and I talk to Jess still a couple times a week, and yeah,
That's good. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, my wife's first day in America was 9/11, or the
Oh
day
wow.
before. Yeah, she landed in San Francisco and was supposed to go to Salt Lake, and then her plane got grounded. And
Oh, you knew her before she came there.
no, I didn't know her yet.
You didn't know her yet.
Yeah, but yeah, she got stuck and her parents were freaking out, and then she had to take a Greyhound bus from San Francisco all the way to Logan, Utah. It's like 12 hours.
I never realized until now that like when I go on like a train or a plane or like anything like that, it like I'm only paying attention to the people. I didn't even consider that you could go onto the train and not even notice the people and just be thinking about what could go wrong, or like the the observational part, like I never even realized that that's what people are doing when they, like, some people when they get on the plane or whatever, that's all they're seeing and they're not concerned about the people at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just so horrifying. And like, statistically, I probably will never be in a plane crash because my father was. And so it would be weird, if I was too, it would be like quite a coincidence. But like when something like that happens, statistics don't really matter anymore. You still have that fear, like the horror of what it would look like.
Yeah. I mean, that's also not how statistics work. Yeah.
Well, yeah. But
Yeah, it could happen, but it's less and less likely all the time that planes crash. Yeah.
I'm more afraid of I haven't been on a plane since COVID and everything, just the people's behavior. I'm afraid of that. I'm just afraid of public places. Like people acting crazy, being belligerent. Stuck on a plane with somebody who's being belligerent. It's uncomfortable.
That's true.
Confrontation.
Usually everyone's just trying to get to where they're going, and everything ends up working out. And if it doesn't, you got someone to take care of them. There's always someone responsible to take care of the belligerent people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as they're not sitting by you, it's okay, I guess.
Yeah.
That's why I like the train. Like a lot of times it's quiet, and then it's just like it's just really nice to be moving so fast, and everyone's like peaceful.
Where'd you go on the train?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, where do you live where you have a train?
Well, I was living in Montreal, and then I would take the train for 5 hours to my family, and I did that quite a lot of times. Less probably
Where's your family?
Ontario. Yeah. So the 5-hour train ride I did probably like 8 times, up maybe 10 times, I don't know. And I loved it. I don't know why. It was almost like I was thinking, I don't know what it was. I'm going to like.
Yeah, it's nice. The tracks go through areas that are just all nature. There's no roads or anything in the areas the trains go by.
Yeah, I think also
the
the fact that I'm moving helps me think, which is also why I like why walking is good. And it also happens when I'm on a plane as well. It's like the daydreaming is like.
What do you mean when you say think? Yeah.
It's like the daydreaming isn't stagnant. It's like
Yeah, it facilitates sleep processing big time. Like being in a car, or
Yeah.
a train.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's
Hmm.
It's like I don't know. It's like crazy. Like an hour will go by, and I just daydreamed for an hour, and it was like, it wasn't like pointless. It was like good. It was like a good session of processing.
Productive.
Yeah.
That's my favorite when I'm doing massage sessions. Like some of them are 2 hours long, and sometimes I'll kind of prep beforehand. Like, what can I think about? There's got to be an interesting topic I can think about to entertain myself during this massage, and then sometimes I can't find that, and I can't find my flow, and I do the alphabet. So I'll think of vocabulary words that start with A and then go on to B and C and
You put on music or anything during your massages?
yeah, I always have music on, relaxing music. Yeah, that helps.
You do the odors too, smells?
People are so picky about that.
Right.
I try to be careful with that one because some people don't like it.
Oh yeah. I had a bad massage once. It felt like the person didn't want to touch me, and they missed a whole spot.
Isn't that the point of a massage?
Yeah. I was like,
they were being tentative or something. Or
I just got this feeling that I was like, it's like this person just wanted it to be over, and I'm like, why are you doing this?
They maybe they did.
They what?
They had a bad day.
Yeah. Oh yeah, maybe.
I mean, that can happen. Sometimes
it wasn't.
It
was a physiotherapist's place, so she might have been a physiotherapist, but not a massage therapist. But she still does that. But then, because I went to the same, I did it twice there, and the other person was like, seemed to really like doing the massage, and then it was really good because it,
I enjoy
really
it.
felt like she wanted to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, when I feel in flow, you have to really connect with the person. I mean, I get really grounded and connected, and it feels better. But I have bad days where there's some part of me that's fighting it, or maybe I don't feel good, and I just want it to be over.
Can you take out your aggression when you're doing a massage, or they don't like that?
I mean, I've been really grumpy. Or a client's doing something annoying. But that's very, very rare. Yeah.
I think that would bother me too if I was a massage therapist and they started making noises. I would put in earplugs or something.
Sometimes I want so badly, I want to just keep listening to my audiobook.
Right.
Doing the massage, but it just isn't right. It's not professional, so I don't do that.
Would they know though? Would they?
If I have ear? Yeah, I mean, some people won't. And some people, they just wouldn't know at all because I've just got my little AirPods. But yeah, one thing that really annoys me, people fall asleep and they snore, and that's fine. But if it's a man, the really loud snoring, I have PTSD from Russ snoring and keeping me awake. And so even though I'm awake, I'm not trying to sleep. It's like that sound just irritates me so much. Snoring sound.
Oh man.
What about people eating? Does that bother you too?
No, like the misophonia stuff. No, for me, it's like Harleys. Really don't like Harleys. Hate that sound. And jets, like when fighter jets fly over, they do it for fun, like for show. We had the Olympic trials here, and I didn't know it was going to happen. And they came over our neighborhood, and then they went straight up, like right over my house. And I didn't know it was going to happen. And I was doing the dishes. And I threw my gloves off and I said, no. And I got down on the floor like I was being bombed or something. And then I ran outside and my heart rate spikes so much, and then I'm shaking. I can't stop the shaking. It just shatters me if I don't know it's coming. But then I think a lot of people complained about it because there's actually a nursing home over here with old people. And
Yeah.
that can give you a heart attack if it goes right over your neighborhood and you don't know that's happening. So in subsequent times when we've had the Olympic trials or some big thing over at the stadium, we check the schedule so that I know. And they'll say about 4:00, jets are going to fly over the neighborhood. So then I make sure that I'm actually outside so I can hear them coming from the distance. I know what it is. And then my heart rate doesn't spike as much.
Yeah, it's when something alarming like that hits you, and then your mind just starts trying to find what it is. That can be really scary.
Yeah, I mean, it's happened a few times, and I dropped to the ground. It's total panic. I think that
Yeah.
the aliens came, or Russia's invading.
Behind my house, there's a like the neighborhood sort of spread out, and there's a facility nearby that's like a dynamite experimental company. So they like all of a sudden there'll just be this huge loud boom. It'll like shake your windows, and you'd be like, "What the devil?" Or just testing out some new dynamite.
Hmm.
You'd be comfortable here.
Yeah, and then we got
man.
the National Guard, the Utah National Guards are like right over there, and they throw artillery every once in a while too. So.
Yeah, I don't even like it when it happens to you on the live stream. Like, but sometimes I've heard the sirens in the background, and like,
yeah, I don't know. The mic doesn't pick it up sometimes, but the sirens do get picked up.
yeah, I don't like it. That's something I've thought about a lot too, like on live streams or like Zoom meetings and stuff. What do you do if you're talking to someone and they have a stroke?
You can't do anything. Yeah, you can't do much.
All the police.
Like you don't have their address. You can't send help.
Yeah, just let go.
Yeah. Just close the laptop and go get a snack.
Pray. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Start a fundraising campaign right there.
Send me the link though.
Yeah, send the link and then I'm out. So are you going to tell us about your paper?
I could, yeah. Yeah, it's just trying to unite all kinds of cognitive processes. I just seeing that they're all the same. All like everything is all the same. All of cognition. So I don't know what there is to say really. But yeah, all cognition needs some kind of separation between information. Because computation only happens when you have two different pieces of information able to compare themselves and process. Or at least like you can have a piece of information and then something else that's decoding it, like a process that's decoding it or a process that's encoding it. But you need separate forms of information usually to compare them. And yeah, the representation stuff, you guys know about that because you've been on the stream a lot about how cognitive diversity, you guys all know because of typology, that everyone has a different cognition. But this is like, you have to introduce that anyways. Consciousness is interesting, just that.
You cited somebody in there, and I'd actually read one of his books, that Damasio guy.
Oh, really? Cool.
Yeah, I read one of his books years ago, probably around 2001, that era. It was about consciousness. I don't remember the title.
Yeah, I actually like this. This is my favorite statement here. As far as each being is concerned, their conscious representations and cognitive access in information space is reality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Illusion is real.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not. There's a lot to say about it, and you're not sure how to sort of say how to, like, what we want to hear. I'm getting.
What do you mean?
Because you're just kind of saying, well, here's this and this and this. But,
Yeah. I don't know. We can ask the AI questions and it'll tell us about the paper.
Well, I thought it's interesting that things have to be separated for cognition to work.
Yeah.
And so
For any computation.
what is the separation, and like, what are the different ways that things are separated? Like, to what degree and like in what dimension do they become separated?
Very good. Yeah. That's exactly the question. So we can go past all of the stuff and then just show. Actually, I can just show binary cognitive.
I'm actually asking. I'm not suggesting something. I'm trying to.
No. Yeah.
Get like a point to go off of.
Here, let's see. I have a link to binary cognitive mechanics. Here. So these are the 7 base components here from binary cognitive mechanics. So introverted or extroverted, which is low or high entropy, internalizing or externalizing, implicit or explicit. And then, yeah, those are the 7 base ones that came out of Jung's cognitive functions, and they actually apply to all cognition, not just human cognition, which was interesting to see.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
So you're taking the.
And then like the 2nd order and 4th order, and this is the 3rd order. The cognitive functions are 3rd order structures in information space. But yeah, so these base ones are everywhere. They're in single cells. They're in artificial intelligence. Anything that's doing any kind of cognition is using these.
What's an example?
Okay, so I introduced purpose here. So cognitive representations fulfill specific functions and are structured accordingly within information space. Representations tasked with externalizations are structured to affect the entropy outside of its cognitive membrane, whereas representation tasked with internalization exists to affect information within its cognitive membrane. So think about cognition as like there's a cognitive entity, and there's information that's outside of the cognitive entity, and there's information that's inside of the cognitive entity. So the externalization process is designed to affect information that's outside of the entity. So like blast, for example, and speech is like trying to affect things outside of the entity. But like you do get the consume talk, but the consume talk is designed to, I guess, affect the information inside another entity, but not necessarily information outside of your entity. So that's an interesting differentiation.
Yeah, it gets. Yeah, that's. Do you think that it's related to disorders? Like, is an autistic person have some internalizing in a way that's.
Well, I mean, it does line up with your last animal as well. Like, so if you're blast last, then yeah, you're just over internalizing and not externalizing the info. So externalizing is also like if you're trying to affect things outside of your information space, then you're like testing to see how the information is applied. Does the information, like if you have good representations, then every time you try to affect information outside, you already know what's going to happen. You can predict it already. If you have bad representations, then it's very unpredictable what the results are going to be. So people with like blast last have no idea how to affect information outside of their membrane. And so then they can't really confirm any of the information they have because Like if whenever they go to test it, it just won't work. Like they won't be able to affect things. So probably a lot of their information hasn't been refined in that way through externalization. Does that answer?
Yeah, in a way.
Yeah.
It, like, I guess.
Oh, Hank's here. What's up, buddy? Missed you.
I know you did, so I showed up.
Hey, Hank.
I found the name of that book.
Oh, nice. What's it called?
Self Comes to Mind.
Self Comes to Mind?
Yeah, one of the earlier ones.
Constructing the Conscious Brain. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's got some talks too. Were you able to read it, Hank? They just brought it up. They wanted to talk about it.
Is it the same document that I already have from you, or is it a different one?
Yeah, it's the same one.
Yes, I read it.
You didn't give me any feedback. None.
Yes.
What would be the most balanced like animal stack in terms of like high entropy and low entropy?
Well, the thing I did give you feedback. It's just I did on there. It's just the same as I usually do. We need to find the difference between NE and NI, or we can't get anywhere. Wait, oh no, the other paper. Yes, the one you're trying to publish. I didn't have any feedback. I'm not an expert in that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so high entropy and low entropy. I don't know. I think we're all dealing with entropy to some degree, but like the play and the sleep. So all of the energy DOMs would be really good at separating high entropy and low entropy. Yeah. That's one thing you notice in the energy DOMs is they're using their high entropy information to process high entropy and low entropy information to process low entropy, and they're not really mixing them. They're mixing them after the fact. But like whenever you give them a new piece of info, they're checking it against like their subjective side and their objective side all the time. Like they have to check both. That's why they're kind of slow in the info domain. That's what I noticed anyways. Yeah. But yeah, I cited objective personalities right here because they did discuss the second order functions. They discovered the second order and the fourth order.
How did you go from cognition at the beginning to these archetypes?
What archetypes you mean?
Like the beginning, there's talking about cognition, and the point is something about how there's cognition. It's not just something that's happening in a human.
Oh, everything is happening in the human. It's just, is it designed to affect information outside of the human or the entity? Or is it designed to affect something inside the human or the entity?
Oh, so it's happening in the human, but as the human or perceives or interacts or whatever with entities, there's also cognition.
Yeah.
So how? Because what I'm seeing is this beginning part, and then you're jumping to talking about the typology.
Right. Yeah. I sort of pulled a bait and switch on the paper. So the paper builds up to typology, but the way I discovered it was building back from typology.
Okay.
So the bait and switch on the paper is like building up to something, and then it connects to typology eventually. But I guess this is another good sentence here that sort of explains it. Here, I even put it in italics. By uncovering the sources of our cognitive differences, we gain deeper insights into the nature of cognition itself and the information space that it occupies. Just because,
Yeah.
like, biology naturally tries to diversify itself. And so if you have such a thing as an information space, then our biology is going to try to occupy that information space in an optimal way and experiment in that information space and diversify itself there. And so then if you have different humans with different occupying information space differently, then you sort of get an idea of what information space actually even is. Because, yeah, they're showing you the basic dimensions, which is why it works by taking the cognitive functions when working backwards. You're like, okay, like these are talking about information space.
Right, I see. So you don't have to go to the cognitive functions, but you're finding that to be such a clear way of looking at this.
Yeah, like I never would have gotten to these 7 base dimensions without looking at the cognitive functions. Like the cognitive functions, like Jung basically saw these differences in cognitive diversity, and that shows that there are dimensions going on there under the surface.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, sorry, I haven't seen the paper yet, so
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Just,
You got good questions. No, sorry.
How serious do you think objective personality would be taken in the scientific community?
I mean, this is one paper. If it gets accepted, and if people see it, but it's a start, right? Like once you have one paper, then other people can cite it.
Yeah.
And have more papers. So, it's got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
Yep. Better than nothing.
Yeah. I would have cited something if there was something out there. There's nothing. So you need to start.
I think that's awesome.
Yeah. Well, I was in a group too where people were writing papers and I'm just waiting for like a year, 2 years. I'm like, where are your papers, guys? What's going on? I have a talk with this doctor guy and he's like, okay, do you have any papers? I'm like, no, I don't have any papers. He's like, okay, well, talk to me again when you got a paper. I was like, damn it.
Yep.
I took a week and I wrote a paper. It's like,
you needed the push.
Yeah.
So can you compartmentalize it more and sort of like be like, here's the thesis again. And then, oh my God, birds keep flying into the window. Sorry.
Shouldn't have made it so clean.
Yeah, I feel so bad because our neighbor has a bird feeder. So there's been like, I swear there's sometimes like 20 birds at a time. And they
You
keep
should get a
flying in the
sticker.
window.
You should get a bird. You should get stickers and put them on the window.
Yeah.
Though, do not enter.
No, like a picture of like an eagle or something and put it on the window. It's just like a
Oh.
decal. Yeah.
Yeah, because then you'd only need one sticker, and they would just see the eagle.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's so that
No,
the thesis-
I wrote it in 2 days, 2.5 days.
you had it all up in there. How come you need it? How come you didn't do it already?
It took me longer to read it than it took you to write it then.
Probably, yeah. Yeah. I don't know why I didn't do it. I was just like, because like I'm not a college student. I'm not. They're writing it for a thesis. You know what I mean? And I'm like, okay, yeah, they'll write it eventually, and just waiting. The other thing is like I'm sure anyone could write papers. Like we need to start writing more papers. So there's nothing wrong with more people writing. It's not like, yeah.
I think I can relate to that.
Yeah.
Or it's like,
It's
why
not
would
my
I do it?
responsibility, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the reason I don't write more is that no one really cares. If I was trying to appeal to academics, I would do it. But as
Right.
I just have write notes myself, so I don't need to make a whole book report. So
Right.
I don't.
Well, I mean, I realized how long have we been here in the typology space? 8 years now, something like that. So it's like 7 years.
Yeah.
So eventually, once like Hank, you're still on the younger side, but like eventually you'll gather enough stuff where you're just like, oh, I can write a paper on this if I wanted to, and it will take you 2 days.
Yeah.
No.
I'm still in my search phase because it's really I haven't decided what I want to write about yet. So
Yeah.
I'm not any on it not under any academic pressure to find something because I'm not in academia.
Yeah.
I chose another path.
Well, and the other thing was like I don't actually have an experiment or data like for this stuff, but yeah, I found out you don't need actual experiments. Like in physics, you do, but like in psychology, you can like it's enough to take other people's experiments and interpret them.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know.
the soft science aspect of psychology, right?
It's the what?
Soft science versus hard.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is why I treat science more seriously than psychology.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can think of an experiment, though. There should be some kind of
Yeah. But the other thing is like,
right?
well, there are experiments, and that's what the other people doing the papers are. They're doing more experimental stuff, but it's like more focused. It's not broad and general.
Okay. And so with this paper, you're sort of recognizing all these different methods of the cognitions, and you're sort of saying, hey, these are all matching up, and it's similar. And
Right. Yeah. Taking every type of cognition that we know so far and showing how each dimension plays out in all of these cognitions and how even their second order structures play out and their fourth order structures play out.
Yeah, it's stamp collecting.
Stamp collecting. Right.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But I like coins, though, so I guess.
Well, I think this is awesome. When I look at it, though, it's like the parts of it, it's just like all definitions and parts, and I don't know the context, which.
So that's why there's an introduction. Yeah.
Okay. Because I didn't. I saw.
What are you crazy? I don't read those.
You're like the opposite of young.
What does that mean?
Where like his whole book is just like him saying it in all these different kinds of complicated ways, where you have it like said all like straight, but then I'm not sure how to fit in all these parts into how to understand it. Whereas,
yeah, Young also didn't derive his work. He just sort of shared it as if it was a conclusion with no proof.
He just saw it.
Well,
he just
over 20 plus years of seeing the most extremely imbalanced patients, he saw it. Yeah.
He just accumulated all the anecdotal evidence and reasoned out, oh, this is how it is.
At first, he didn't even believe TEFI was a thing. I remember him talking about that. It took him a while to actually accept that TEFI is real.
Oh, wow.
Oh, probably, yeah, because he's on the opposite spectrum, right? So it's funny, like, because like I bring my dad and my mom. I think my mom's like the organizer, my dad's the explorer. So she's like trying to figure him out. Like, why are you this way? Like, it's wrong. You should do it this way. And
right.
So it's like breaking her brain because she can't think of any other way to be but the way she is. So
she is. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I hear that complaint all the time, and that's why I'm not SI, because this culture's had more towards SI. That's why I know for sure I'm NI plus all the tests I ran.
Yeah.
So, like I even got it today. Why did you talk to this person? Well, unfortunately for me, most people just pretty similar to that person anyway, so I literally have to just bury myself to get away from it. So that kind of doesn't make a difference to me.
Yeah.
So there, in one part of that paper, I think it's when you're talking about either Jung or objective personality. I'm not sure the definitions. Like you alluded to, like something that we can't see in something about literature. You know what I'm talking about? It's like the last line in one of them, and it was something illuminate. I don't have a link to it, so I can't search. But
Here, Young.
I think it's at a different spot. But
Okay. Here, you talk about Young again too. Young's concept of perception versus judgment.
no, you were. It was like a. I think you were alluding to like the next dimension or something, and then you were mentioned like literature. It should be found in some literature or something.
Let me search.
Like structurizations. When I talk about that.
I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can find it.
Where's
Do you
that
mean
guy?
narrative and worldview
Andy?
mechanics? Is that what you mean?
No, that's a different thing. Damasio. Let's look up where I talked about where he. Oh yeah, and feelings.
Because I keyed in on the word and the search engine didn't catch literature really. So
Yeah, Damasio was good because he tied it to experiences, which is exactly what I was talking about with feelings. That was one of the things that took me a while to sort of wrap my head around. Is like, because if you're talking about causes and effects, so like, it's weird to think about experiences coming before feelings, like feelings developing out of a need to describe experiences. That was a weird one to sort of get my head around, because like the feeling part of your brain is way more complicated than like a single cell. Like, how is a single cell processing feelings? But it does have to create
sensory system.
Right. It does have to create some sort of relationship with its experiences, and so there has to be some kind of like good or bad sort of equation with experience where it's pre-feelings. Like before the feelings, there has to be like good, bad sort of thing. So yeah, that was hard to wrap my head around.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time. So good and bad has to exist.
Like, if you're thinking about a single cell, it has to be attracted to things and repulsed by things. Yeah. There has to be some kind of mechanism for that. It's like the feelings of a single cell it's not feelings, but it's like a chemical reaction that causes a process of getting away from it or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like it has to relate to experience. There's no reason to have that kind of thing outside of experience. That kind of mechanism. And it can't be explicit. It has to be implicit as well. Like it has to, because it could come from all different kinds of sources. So it has to be able to yeah, it's not a hard representation, it's a soft representation. Right. Yeah, in relation to the organism, good and bad, and yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That was it's still kind of hard to wrap my head around because it feels like experience is a combination for us. Experience is a combination of like sensory representations and feeling representations. But no, feeling representations come from an experiential side of our cognition, and sensory representations come from an experiential side. And then we convert them to feelings after the experience. Yeah. We use feelings to process the experience and not the other way around.
Yeah.
Unless you're worried about earthquakes, then you're
Right. But that's still also, you're processing an experience with the feelings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Experiential representations.
So I read down to the just binary model of morality. It's probably my fault, but it's utterly incomprehensible to me. But I think it's my fault because I'm a motivist.
Oh,
So
this is yeah. Just it's a different paper what you're reading.
a different paper. Which one did I download? So this is not binary cognitive mechanics by you.
What did you tell me to do here, Jared? What's going on? Add space.
What does that mean?
Who wants me to add a space here?
Oh,
All right, hit enter.
I don't. I didn't mean to do that. I don't know what I did.
That's okay.
Oops.
Everyone's an editor. You probably hit the space button there and you recommended it. It happens.
Do you just know I forget what they're called. The standards for the papers, all those rules. Do you just know that, or you had to look it up? Because I
had to look it up.
I hated that stuff. There's like 2 different ways to do it.
There is, yeah. I had to look it up. I don't know if I was doing it the right way, but
Oh,
I'll get feedback on it if I did it the wrong way.
God, I hated that. I was just like, just let me write the paper.
Yeah.
Without
No.
considering.
Then the professor will judge it on your guide. You're following to those rules, and you're like, oh my god, it's like so nitpicky. You're like,
Yeah. I mean, if that's the reason why it gets, rejected, then that's an easy fix. It's not a big deal.
it's annoying though.
Yeah. Yeah. Why don't I give you the link, Hank, so that you're not guessing.
You sent me something on the 10th.
I'm still trying to find the thing that I read.
Yeah, this is okay. Did I download it or not? The cognitive information theory. I'm sure I downloaded that one to you.
So when my dog chases a squirrel and barks at it, and then the squirrel jumps from the fence to a tree and starts like squirrel chirping and taunting the dog, they're both having emotional representation of.
Yeah. Yeah, that was one of the interesting ones, is that like you have all of these different representations coming in all at the same time. And then a part of your experiential representation is a combination of them all together. So it's hard to separate the dog and the emotional reaction to the dog. It's all like bunched together.
Yeah, it's got to be like a spinning top, just like toggling back and forth super fast, right?
Right.
Right.
Like there's like these experiments where they show people's faces, and then like some people seem threatening and some people don't seem threatening. Some people seem nice and other people, right? But like all that stuff it's just like when you flash and see the face, you get all of that information all at once in the representation without even being aware that there are those different parts.
So is this what happens to someone's emotional representations when they they're following religion, they're following Jesus, or they're meditating, that changes their emotional representation? Is that kind of the point?
I guess so.
Because like otherwise you're just
But yeah, people
Like-
talk about the religious experience, and a big part
Yeah.
of that religious experience is an emotional representation of the experience.
Yeah, so I guess I'm asking what that experience is, if it's about pleasure and pain.
Yeah, I mean, at the most basic level, I guess emotions are pleasure and pain, right? But you should know better than me that emotions aren't just pleasure and pain. There's a lot more nuance
Yeah.
in the chemical mixtures. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, it's similar. It's the same thing because everything has to start as a binary, and then it becomes really
Yeah,
nuanced.
why are people so fucking complicated? How come? Why do we feel all these things? Why is it so complex? Like, why do we feel so much?
Because we
What
have
do, what do you mean by we?
I don't know. Like, well, so my dog feels things. I think fish feel less things. Like they're emotional, like my emotions are really fucking complicated. There's like all these hormones and like
Right.
everything makes me cry, the pretty things and the tragic things. Why?
Right.
Why so amplified?
I would not say amplified. I would say nuanced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what's
I think the fish probably have it way more amplified. They are way more emotionally driven.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like the emotion center comes from the lizard brain is what we call it. But I think fish also have that as well. But for us, we have like a lot of extra parts beyond just the emotional centers. But our emotional centers are more complex, more nuanced. You can, flesh them out a lot more.
it also
It takes up more information space. Like there's more information space in our emotional landscape.
Isn't it just so we can be a tribal unit and work together? Is that a large part of it?
Part of it, especially if you have FE. But yeah.
I think it also is affected by the way you're temporally bound. Like humans have the most capacity to like see themselves in time
Yeah.
in bigger spaces and dimensions, whereas fish are just every they're like operating by like the minute or something. I don't know how they are,
But like trauma, for example, is important because it burns memory. Like it burns danger into your memory so that
yeah.
you are forced to process it and avoid it.
Yeah. Do you think I'm going to be riding around my neighborhood crazy on my bike tomorrow?
Right.
So it looks like I
Or
still
stay away
need
from magazines.
Looks like I still need the other paper anyways because you cite binary cognitive mechanics and
Right.
cognitive information theory. So I guess my point still stands because you made the citation.
Yeah.
But you
The
don't
citation
need it.
is less important than
Yeah.
the
I guess we can drop it, but the point still stands.
No, the point still stands. Yeah. The thing is, like, binary cognitive mechanics doesn't make a lot of sense. There's no context about it. It's deriving the dimensions, whereas this is more deriving back from the dimensions.
Well, and you link to it anyway, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah, right,
I mean, it's all public.
right.
I think with feelings, it's because it's basically trying to factor in things that you can't factor in. So because
We lost you for a second.
You're back.
if you form a feeling about everything, you don't miss anything. So feelings are taking everything in so it's like in terms of the information, it's like
So, like for me,
there's less lacking.
I know a lot of the times I will have feelings. I just won't even know that they're there. Like the representations won't be very conscious for me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And I would have to pay more attention to those representations to be able to process them and contextualize them and even use them. Whereas I think you would be more conscious about your feeling representations.
Yeah, well, they're too present to the point where I actually can't look at
You can't
what's
ignore them.
happening properly because their representation is affecting how I see things.
Right.
So I feel unsafe even though there's no danger, or I'll feel, yeah, whatever.
Right. Whereas like I'm probably more repressing them, and like if one is coming to bother me, I'll just be like, yeah, go away. I don't need you.
Yeah.
But does that not manifest in some other, like insist itself in some other way, like somatically?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the tidal wave, right? It comes out
Yeah.
somewhere, right?
Yeah. But I mean, like it feels more like whack-a-mole. Like there's more important feelings I need to pay attention to. So let me take care of the priorities first, and then I'll never get to those little subtle ones.
Yeah, but I think that's what I'm trying to say. If you're focusing just on the feelings, then you're not doing the whack-a-mole thing. You're taking all of it on.
Right.
But then if you do that, then you can't come up with a strategy or actually sort anything out because you're just taking all of it on.
Well, the other thing is like, okay, so your FI is low entropy. So you're going to process it all the way to the bottom. You're going to create representations that are familiar and applicable to a wide variety of applications. So you're not going to be surprised by feelings very often because they're all very low entropy. Like they all already fit into whatever feeling structure you have or value structure you have, which I'm saying these words, but they don't make sense to me.
Yeah.
But I see that they're making sense to you. So that's good.
Yeah. Yeah. It only really becomes, I only really become aware of it the more I realize that I'm doing it. It's different for me than from other people, because otherwise I just think, oh, it's just the way I am. I don't notice that it's happening.
Of course. Yeah. Right.
But then I look at other people and I realize that they don't even like, I just make these assumptions that they're aware of the same thing I am. And they're not. And,
It goes back to the train thing you're talking about earlier, right? Like you're swimming in a different ocean than the observers, right?
Yeah. So what are they seeing that I'm not seeing too?
Yeah, they're just seeing exit sign, and you're like, "Oh, that dude, what is he doing? Oh, this. Oh, shoot, I have to go by there. Oh, dang it."
So,
So this one is like, I don't know. Sharks are pretty big problems. But yeah, ours are more complicated. Theirs are more simple, but.
So, Ben, do you have a smaller vocabulary for those feelings? Or like, do you sometimes not know how to describe it?
Sometimes. I have no idea how to describe any feelings. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I just have like a very fluid,
Probably
vocabulary, very specific words for specific feelings. And I can tell you about it.
Right. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Very low entropy too. So you probably have processed. I don't know. Do you ever get surprised by a feeling? Does that ever happen?
Not.
Do you remember that happening? Like what that was like for you?
Surprised by a feeling. Like what does that look like? Like surprised I'm sad, or I don't know.
Or like having a feeling that you've never had before, or you don't know what it is, or.
Oh, I had a dream where, so there's different kinds of dreams where a lot of times the dream character is, they have no nervous system. So it's like the difference between standing next to a figure in a wax museum. Like there's no nervous system. There's some electromagnetic field, but not a lot. You know, when you're in an elevator standing next to a stranger, you feel their nervous system. So the dream character had a nervous system. Ghost. Yeah, so my nervous system interacting with their nervous system, it feels very different. This kind of dream doesn't happen very often. And it was also this feeling of really like super connected benevolence, really, really good. It felt really good. And then I woke up and wanted to go back into the dream. So not only was it just, I couldn't think of an equivalent. Do I ever feel that connected, that peaceful, that the sort of like love filling the whole room in real life. Do I ever feel that way, or did I feel that way one time when I was younger and it was
It
just
felt
so long
foreign to
ago?
you. It felt weird.
It just felt so good.
Right.
Yeah. And it's yeah, and these dreams where the person has a nervous system has only happened a few times in my
So what
life.
was the internalization process of that afterwards? Like, how did you internalize that? How did that fit into your
Oh,
low entropy world?
that one, it made me angry because I wanted to go back into the dream. I couldn't, and then I started thinking about like, wow, does real life ever feel that good? What was that? What was that feeling? How do you feel so connected to someone in real life? And I didn't know if
Right.
it was like, yeah, did I feel that way once in my 20s or when I was a child or something? But I must be capable of feeling that. Like, okay, how do I
Right.
feel
You're
that when
capable.
I'm awake?
Right.
Yeah. Um, but it's really
Oh,
weird.
acquiring. You're looking at the acquiring process.
It's like when you have a dream like that, it's like a visitation. I mean, like, I swear to God, that person was standing in the room with me. You know, that's how it feels. So,
Mhm.
very different from other dreams.
And what about like your value structure? So I don't even know what that means, what a value structure is, but like, are you ever surprised by, I don't know, values or value structures?
Like, for example, I'm surprised, like being surprised that I have a value, and I think, oh, I didn't realize that was my value, but now I see that it is. Or
Right. Or do you have a value that comes out of nowhere?
I don't know, I'm so processed. I don't know. I'm
Right.
so processed.
Yeah.
And last time when Reggie was asking me about, was it Reggie?
Yeah, it was
Asking
Reggie. Yep.
about, I think it is the animal stack. The question he asked me was, like, do I feel like my innie is like softer, or do I sort of feel like not an innie user? Like, no, it's there. Um,
Yeah, I don't remember what you said, but
yeah,
I saw him light up when you said it, and I was like, okay, he's going to
yeah,
talk about this. Like I saw him light up.
yeah.
He saw
So
something.
it's that I am so processed in my because of my age, I'm even more processed. So when I am talking, it's gone it's gone all the way through sleep, but I've also filtered it through blast, even in my head. Like, I take the sleep, okay, how do you explain this to another person? So I mean, it's ST blast. It's just gone through that process and is completely packaged.
Hmm.
And you can catch me sometimes, like now you're asking me questions and I'm like searching, like,
Yeah.
not sure what you're saying. It's not processed. So it's,
So like to externalize feelings, you would need to try to get someone else to have the same experience. And like that's not something that FI users I see do a lot. Like they're not trying to cater an experience to someone else to give them the same feelings. They like will take you through a consume experience. They'll be
yeah.
like, "Hey, come, let's go and experience this together and get these feelings together." But they're not going to try to create that themselves.
Yeah, it feels more like I'm trying to describe it accurately, not
Right.
necessarily make them feel it. Although they
Right.
might. I mean,
The way
like,
that Nico would describe as TI.
Yeah,
mm,
Like,
and there's no reason for me to attempt to do so because you're not similar enough to me for it to be worth the effort. So just go ahead and show you the thing.
yeah. It's still interesting to see it because like I have no idea what FI is or what it does. And every time I hear about it and every time I hear somebody like so so aware of it and so like so narrowed down, like
It's
I don't know,
my
it's just
preference. Yeah, it's pretty much FI. Just my preference stack of preferences and values rather than the cultures. Pretty simple, actually.
yeah. I mean, it's nice to get the nuance. I think also like the introverted functions are going to be way more nuanced as well. Hey, what's up? That seems cool. You don't have them? What's the purpose of that though? Well, it's not to talk about them. It's more to internalize them yourself. It's more to interpret them, right?
Well, do they need to be interpreted? They're internal, so just get high automatic. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah, like, do you have specific words for your feelings?
All of them, no. Not all of them map to words. But a lot of them just not work.
Do you, Claire?
No. It's not really words. Words don't really
Right.
do the job
Capture.
of compartmentalizing the whole. Like it's bigger
I get that.
compartments than words. Yeah.
I get that. I don't relate to it, but I get it.
It's more like I guess if I were to make this more of a like how like specific, maybe it's like an SI thing as well, where SI kind of can like go back to experiences and play them out, and then if you just kind of have like a lot of order, so you have a lot of order in the emotions and also like the experiences, then the ability to contextualize what's happening and then just create, and then it's also like creating a narrative at the same time as contextualizing to try to like hone in on what's going on with the emotions.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you guys can talk about this. FI users have one or few emotions. Is that a myth? Only good and only bad? Like, I've never seen that.
It's
Not
false.
for me. No.
Yeah, it's false, but people want to be true just because easier for them. So
It's so nuanced.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I also don't have that FI thing where I'm like, I need you to like the thing that I like.
Yeah.
Like, no,
Same.
everybody has preferences. It's fine.
Yeah.
I don't need to induct you into my cult. I don't really care that much.
One thing that's cool about FI too is you also don't need other people to approve of what you like.
Right.
Like, you don't feel embarrassed about what you like. It's just like, that's just what I like. Like,
But there's that kind of stereotype that they say, like, oh, you like that music, we can't be friends, or you don't like
Right.
the band I like, we can't be friends. I don't.
There you go.
Right.
Get
That's
the
so
hell
weird.
out of here. That's
but
my answer.
you can still connect if you do like the same music, right? Like, that is a place of connecting.
Yeah, it feels good to talk about something that you both like.
Yeah.
Like, if you had that INTP guy, someone else also liked him, they wanted to talk to you about him. Like, that's a way to connect with somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's weird if it's like someone who you don't know and they think that now you're going to be friends because you have something to connect with.
Yeah.
And then it's like, I don't know.
So my FE blindness is probably why I can't be blackmailed with emotional manipulation. I don't really give a crap. You don't like that I'm doing it? Well, come and stop me. You don't have the ability to stop me? Then you're screwed. Just go and complain about it in the corner.
Yeah. Oh, man.
But yeah, that was interesting that Claire was talking about the combination of, like, he's completely experiential in his two saviors. And then they're both introverted experience. So whatever he's processing is a very low entropy experience and some kind of combination between that low entropy experience, some way to get them. Like, do you separate the sensory from the feelings? Do you separate those? Or you also keep them together, like they inform each other?
Yeah. They inform each other.
They inform each other. Like they
The-
narrow down together.
It's the same thing. If you think of it like you might be looking at it like it's on an XY axis, but I'm looking at it like it's XYZ. Like it's like there's a whole it's like a whole other dimension to it. So like if someone says that shopping makes them happy, if you're looking at it as like just X and Y, then you're just seeing like, oh, I know people what are the kind of people who shopping makes them happy? Well, they're probably addicted to shopping. But then when I'm looking at this person saying shopping makes me happy, I'm looking at all of the information that I'm getting from them, everything that I know, and then I'm thinking of my own experience shopping, and I'm taking it all in, and then I'm looking at when they say shopping makes me happy, I'm seeing how they actually feel about shopping. I'm not seeing how the feeling of happy. I'm not seeing happy. I'm seeing a representation of how they actually experience shopping.
So your representation of their experience of shopping.
I'm not saying that's realistic, but
But like you think your representation is the same as their representation when they say that.
I'm attempting to create a representation of their actual shopping experience. And them saying that it makes them happy is only a prompt for me to
create that.
Yeah.
Right. And so that's how you empathize with people, is by creating that representation.
Yeah. It's like literally empathy, like literally being them.
Yeah, so I guess I thought, when people say empathy, so if you tell me about something you like, I'm going to make assumptions because I'm filtering it back to my FI, like what is my similar experience. But also, I'm very moved by other people. Like, Ben, if you started crying right now, I don't think you would, but I would cry. So it's like there's a guitar string inside of me that's very personal, and the outside emotion vibrates that string, but it's personal. It's like my experience, and it could be incorrect,
Right.
But yeah. So like that's a problem for me. I mean, in my work, people cry in massage, sometimes not very often, but then sometimes I cry also.
Yeah, it's really weird too when like you see cartoon characters and they get you to cry, for example. Like none of these characters are real. They're all actors. They're not like, but it's like how is this making your strings vibrate?
Right.
How
yeah.
are you empathizing with this? Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of Russ's favorite things to say when we're watching a movie, an intense moment. He reaches over, this isn't real. It's not real. And he just thinks I'm ridiculous.
Well, that takes away from the movie when you do that in the middle of the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like the whole point is to have that experience.
But it's like everything. I mean, fictional. I have not watched a single episode of the Daily Show or the John Oliver without crying. Always gets me. Really?
Wow.
There's always something in there. Even like the episode recently about RFK and how crazy he is. It's just like,
yeah,
it's scary that dude.
His info is bad though.
Yeah.
He's got bad info.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's like politics. It just. I mean, I've already cried 3 times today. It's a daily thing. And it's like happy or sad or whatever. Just things get me. They vibrate me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I cry a lot too. Movies almost always make me cry.
We watched the one about the Somali pirates that got Tom Hanks. He was a captain on a shipping boat. And this was a true story, though.
Right.
I mean, it happens all the time. And that was really intense for me. Yeah, especially like seeing Tom Hanks, he had the shock afterwards. And thinking about the Somali pirates, they were born into that. This is their culture. And then the one Somali pirate that got all the others were shot and killed but he got to go to American prison. And I was like, man, that's a step up. You know, you don't have to be a Somali pirate anymore. I mean, American prison is awful, but you've got meals, you know, you've got
Right.
education. It was a step up. He finally got to go to America.
I see also like you're definitely internalizing this. Like it's definitely you're definitely using it for something. Like it's not just there. It's not just an emotion. It's something that it adds to whatever you're internalizing for some reason. Like it fits in.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm assimilating it. I'm processing it against, you know, everything else
Assimilating it. Yeah.
already processed.
Assimilating.
How are other people experiencing feelings? I feel like I'm like a sorting algorithm that's just trying to like understand what people are experiencing, and I'm like, oh my god, like anywhere where I can't do it, I just like it's like this thing. I just want to figure it out, but it's so emoter, like you're kind of throwing out emojis.
No, he's just saying he feels very basic compared to you guys on your feelings.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, how are other people processing it? They're not. They're just not.
Yeah.
They're not doing it.
Yeah. I could also ask, how am I doing the thinking? And yeah, it's basically as soon as I start thinking, I get triggered, and then I'm like, nope, I don't want to do that anymore.
Yeah. Well, like you saw earlier with Nico, where like I said something about the earthquakes and he couldn't internalize that. He was like, I can't internalize that. Let's push back on this. This doesn't fit in with whatever I have on my internal model.
Mm-hmm.
And it's there, like it's low entropy. It exists. It's how he interprets the world. And this thing is coming in that just doesn't fit. It's like not a puzzle piece that fits.
Yeah, I wouldn't push back. I would just like Google that shit. I mean, it's like,
Right.
you know what I mean? Like, you know, like, huh, is that true? Let me look it up.
Right. Yeah. And then so like I'm looking at like I internalized it in one way and he internalized it in another way. So we both have an internalization of the way earthquakes work. And so I pushed back. I was just like, oh yeah, I was talking about like the you can detect them with like the seismic things. And sometimes they're big enough that you can detect them physically.
Mm-hmm.
But like that whole, like my representations are different than his. My introverted representations are different than his. I've internalized this differently. And, you know, I haven't been in an earthquake like that. And he hasn't been in an earthquake like that. So it's like not even real. It's just, yeah.
Yeah. I just like create like an experience in my mind of like just like a huge proportion of shaking, and it's you'd have to experience. It's just going back to experiences that somewhat resemble what I think that would be like, and then trying to create like, this experience.
I didn't even have to do that. I don't even have to do that.
Oh, it's just like similar ideas of an earthquake.
I mean, if it ever happens, it would be exactly how I would think it would be. Like I would be able to recognize it.
Oh, so you wouldn't be like thrown off by the ambivalence of like
it's a high entropy situation for me. And when it happens, I would recognize it in the moment.
Because you've discerned that like
No,
this
I haven't discerned. And nothing yet. It hasn't come at me yet. It's new info, but
So
it's processing the new info in the moment. Like
you've never experienced an earthquake, but you know what an earthquake is,
right.
by definition. And
By
people talk-
definition, I've internalized similar things, like, and
Yeah.
if an earthquake ever hit, I could probably identify it quickly. Like I wouldn't have a struggle identifying that this is an earthquake.
So like, you wouldn't have the kind of experience that Annie had when the jets flew on top of her. Where
I would
like,
probably get shocked, like it's startling, but I would.
But since you know what an earthquake is, you would identify it. Whereas in the jet situation, you've never heard of that before.
I've never heard of it before, but I would like it would happen, and I would just quickly discern. Oh, it's something in the sky, shaking, loud. Okay, probably a jet.
So you're
Like
investigating
in the moment, I would process it.
very quick investigation.
Right.
Because I guess like the reaction is like you don't know what it is, and then you kind of like come up with something. As you're
Right.
scared, you come up with something that's worse than it really is, or even
No,
not real.
probably pretty close to what it really is, and then that would be it. I wouldn't process it after the fact. It would just be like, okay, that happened once. There's no need for me to process it again.
I see.
But what if it was really traumatic? Then wouldn't you need to do some processing afterwards? I mean, like, okay, you lose your home and your neighbor dies. So
Yeah.
there's something to process there.
Yeah, it's definitely a disruption, right?
Yeah.
So you do have to resolve the disruption, but then like it's not once you've resolved it, it's like it's on a case by case basis.
Yeah.
It's not going to contribute to me. Maybe it will.
What about your nervous system? I mean, there's a earthquake. It comes out of nowhere, scares the crap out of you. Everything shakes. Then
Mhm.
how does your nervous system recover?
Yeah, it's probably similar to yours. Like it's not that I have a different nervous system. I've got the same nervous system.
But probably totally different in terms of regulating it. I mean, like, so me, whatever, it's some kind of like amygdala thing. Like I am nervous. Like
Yeah.
I'm a more nervous person.
What I'm realizing is you're asking me questions about my SIFI, and I
Oh.
don't know how to answer it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have like how I put so much time and effort into soothing myself, soothing my nervous system? I have all these tricks, visualizations, a calm place I go to in my mind. Like you don't have to do any of that because you're just
Maybe I do. I just don't do it. Maybe I do have to do it, or would be beneficial in some way.
You get in like a nervous, tense state, like have a day or two when you're more anxious, more tense.
Yeah, with decider stuff for sure.
Yeah.
And
then you don't have a plan or like any protocol for soothing your nervous system.
No, I just want to, like, what my nervous system tells me is I need to destroy that person, wring their neck and make sure they never breathe again. Yeah, that's what my nervous system tells me. Yeah.
A fight response.
Or something, yeah.
Yeah, it's fight response. That sounds like, because like the body remembers, and then something's happening cognitively with that memory. It's not necessarily going to be the same for every person, obviously.
Yeah, but like it definitely blows it up out of proportion too. Like it's a bigger thing than it actually is for me. Like for me, this is the entire world. Like I would risk my life to take this person down, sort of thing. Like like
yeah, but it's like that for like the same things happening where like the body has remembered something traumatic, and then like it's happening cognitively. It comes out in all these ways. Like for me, I fawn, but I'll fawn just like as extreme as that, you know, like it'll go really, really extreme. But it just won't. I won't fight. That's not how it happens for me. Or at least I need to, if I don't learn to, I guess. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Like it's not. I'm trying to think. Like it's not like I don't have trauma. It's not like I've never been in a traumatic situation. It's, do I process that trauma after the fact? Not really. Should I? Maybe.
But where does it go? What I don't I don't understand not processing it. Where does it live?
It's just not bothering you as much because you.
I mean, is it in your body?
No. I mean, yeah, maybe.
The void.
The math says it's somewhere, right?
I'm trying to think of like, what do you mean by the, like, where does the info go? Where does the energy go?
It's like you have a response. It's and why are you having that response? Like, is there actually, like, you want to destroy something? Is it actually necessary? Are you actually in danger and have to do that? And like, so why is that happening? It's because your body is remembered to.
Yeah, no, I think it's more of an FE thing. I think it's more of a, this person is a danger to civilization. We need to take him out.
It's just the same thing. It's just coming through as FE. Like you've remembered something.
This guy cut me off. He doesn't deserve to live. Yeah.
So maybe I can invert it for FI.
It's the
FI is
squirrels.
when you say civilization's a danger to you. How about that? So,
Sure.
Yeah.
But then you don't actually kill the guy or
No,
whatever.
no.
So where does that energy go? The anger or whatever.
Well, you vote for killing the guy later. That's pretty much it.
He has a super long list one day.
That's right. I got a long list. One day. Hank, you just joined it.
That's a
All right.
surprise. I thought it was on for a while.
Oh, you're gone? Later, Jared.
I gotta go. With that, I'll leave.
No, there's no list. I don't have a list.
Yeah. But I am on other people's list. I was actually checking another stream real quick. I sent a guy a demand letter because he wanted me to. He feels entitled for me to share my toys with him, and I sent conditions of when that would happen. And he's so offended that he doesn't control my stuff that he's calling it blackmail. It's hilarious. So I decided I'm just gonna let him run his mouth. Take it to the judge. If you're so entitled to my things, that me saying no is blackmail.
I mean, you're not hanging around the most high quality people, just saying.
Well, where are the most high quality people at? I mean, Vince McMahon's going down for sexual abuse. Where are they? Just point me in a direction. Where are they?
I saw this week. Let me pull it up.
I'm serious. I want to answer that question.
You're here. We're all here, man. We're the quality people. Welcome.
This is as good as it gets.
It's as good as it gets. Let's see, where's this tab here? This was funny.
But I can't work many hours because of my anxiety.
You have anxiety?
Yes, I do.
What causes anxiety for you?
Lots of things.
Like what, for an example?
Anything that doesn't agree with me, basically, or see things the way I do, and see the good in things. That I just think that society is lost and just a bunch of hateful bullies.
She's turning you into a woman.
I am not a woman, Jesse.
Yeah, you act like one because you're afraid. You're beta.
No, you're a beta.
No. You're a beta, Michael.
No,
Beta.
you are a beta.
Beta.
I am a normal man. You're a beta man.
No, you're not normal. I could think of many words to call you. Normal is not one.
I'm putting this on the bully list.
See, he's got a bully list. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh.
think I don't care enough to even make a list. I just memorize who annoys me that day, and that's about it. Maybe no, I think because I have a weekly running thing, but after that, I kind of don't care that much. I think
Hank, do you notice you get really triggered by certain things and you have a fight, flight, fawn, freeze response?
um
Is there a fifth one?
Mm-mm.
probably they'll just make
Fight,
something up
flight,
later.
freeze, spawn. That's all.
They'll make something up later. Maybe fly somehow. They'll make something
will.
up. Whatever it is, take their paycheck.
That's the
figure.
one I do is fly.
Yeah.
I'm freeze, never, ever, ever fawn because like I'm so angry. I can't pretend. I can't hide my emotions.
Yeah. So pretty much, it's kind of a Three Stooges thing. There's so many things that triggered me that I kind of stopped caring.
I'm either fight or fawn. Those are my two.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. Pretty much so triggered by so many things, I just stopped caring too much. Otherwise, I just couldn't get through the day.
I mean, that's definitely the fifth response.
Well, maybe like so. Yeah, there's I guess so in hostage negotiation. It's not exactly fun, but like de-escalate through connecting.
Yeah.
So it's not exactly, I don't know. I guess I kind of had a bad conception of what fawn could be, like blowing smoke up someone's ass, or like just like complimenting them, making them you can truly connect, like in the Tom Hanks video, the negotiator
Right.
for the Somali, and even Tom Hanks throughout his character throughout the movie, he's connecting with those boys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's also something that's found with children with abusive parents. A lot of them end up fawning.
Hmm.
Yeah, what's weird is that so many of these the so-called romantic relationships is just built on abuse, but it's healthy because it's so common in our culture. So go figure.
Abuse is common, so it's healthy.
Yep.
You mean it's not seen as unhealthy?
Well, yeah, I mean, like the dynamics in relationships are it's so there's so much dysfunction, but it's very normal, very accepted.
Yeah, very normal, very accepted. Maybe if they went through a couple hundred people, then it's not good anymore. Then we had to take their money or whatever. It's just kind of dumb.
Or like we all relate to each other in ways that are emotionally immature, or sometimes even are abusive, and we're not aware of it, or we don't realize that that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, like that kid from that clip there, right? He was way too sensitive. Like the guy was technically bullying him a little bit, but like not in a bad way, in a sort of fatherly way. Like,
yeah, like if I was in that situation, I'd probably go, yeah, so, and probably complain about, oh, you just want me to just do everything you tell me to do, like I'm a robot or something.
I'm adding this to the bully list.
Yeah. But yeah, I would ask, okay, I'll probably say yes, and then ask why is it bad, then ask, well, oh, what should I do about it, and then say, oh, you just want me to be your slave or something ridiculous like that. In fact, for Jesse Lee Pearson, I would say, oh, you just want me to be your slave, just throw him off balance. Because a lot of times they don't even know what they want you to do. They just want to get an emotional reaction. A couple of them do know what they want you to do, but most of them don't even know what they want you to do, other than just do everything they tell you to do at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like that guy just found someone who was, for some reason, willing to have that stance in front of everyone.
Yeah. Here's the
And
weird
then-
thing. Here's the weird thing about that. They never want to admit that. They just want you to do whatever they tell you to do at the time. They never want to admit that. I think that's weird.
I know that bullying can get that bad, and someone's actually like that, but then to say you have a bully list, like, I don't know, it's like the attitude is. But then there's also the bully attitude is like feeling justified in doing it more.
I mean, there's like bullies that are more sadistic, like they do it because they enjoy it. But this Jesse guy wasn't doing it because he enjoys it. He was doing it like for the other guy's benefit, to like help him get out of his little bubble, his little delusion.
Yeah. And if you have a bully list, that's, confirmation bias. You are going to see bullies everywhere.
Right.
You already have a list.
Yeah, it's like Chief Shies. He has a famous super duper long ban list on Twitter, supported by bots.
But you're
to trigger him everywhere. Steve Shies. He's only
You
been
know both of these guys?
He's been on YouTube that long.
Both of these guys, you know them?
No, but I know
Okay.
Jesse Peterson.
Jesse, I've seen a couple times. Yeah, I didn't know his
Yeah.
name before that.
Yeah.
I think the backup plan of evolution is interesting idea. It's like
Which one here? This one?
People start to realize something so individualistic that they don't care to procreate. So then this is like the backup plan. Is it the abusive relationships that keep them procreating? Like essentially like
Yeah.
bullies and the the bully.
Like it takes a certain amount of work to get to a point where you can be compatible with someone, and like you have to maintain that work. But then there's also the pathway where it just doesn't take work. You can just have bad relationships and still.
I think we're just
Okay.
realizing that like we didn't have good relationships in the first place, and that people are becoming super individualistic because they're like entitled to something as in a response to getting out of how bad the situation is.
Yeah.
And so
But
rather
now-
than going off individualistic and then forming actual like relationships that they want, they're going off individualistic and saying fuck you to everyone. Kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Like fit into my narrow niche or no.
Yeah.
But now we're in this very bad conceptual problem, because what's healthy now? Is it a normal bad healthy, or is it the person that says, well, I want this niche, I won't feel good? Is that healthy, or is it just anyone's opinion? We don't have it. It doesn't mean anything. It just means that maybe you meet the strengths preferences, or an average of the strengths preferences. It just doesn't really. It's just too ethereal for me to comprehend it. But maybe I'm just dumb.
Yeah, I think the narcissist codependent thing can be really, really extreme, and people aren't recognizing it.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
But it's good if an alpha male is in the relationship, right? If the alpha male is doing it's good, right? Like Andrew Tate.
Well, that's like the point. Is like on both sides. It's like
That's not a relationship. Yeah.
it's not. It's based on fear of being betrayed by the other person. That's what the whole relationship is based on.
Yeah.
It's not real. It's not a real relationship.
Well, okay. How do I tell the difference between a real relationship and a not real relationship then?
I think shared representations. If you have shared representations even if they're wrong, if you both have the same representation, then it's a relationship.
Uh, so how do we check for shared representations?
You have to talk to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're too scared of betrayal, then you can't talk to each other and see if the representations are the same.
All right. So if you have
Like if one person sees themselves as a good guy and the other person sees them as the villain, that's not a shared representation.
okay. So if I saw myself as a villain and other people saw me as a good guy, then we wouldn't have a shared representation. Therefore, I don't have a relationship with them, even though
Right. You see yourself as a
haven't-
villain, but we see you as awesome, so we don't really
Yeah.
have a real relationship. That's right.
Okay. But we do have a relationship, but I guess a virtual relationship via StreamYard. So we are contradicting
I mean,
ourselves.
Ideally, you'd want your representations to be as close to reality as possible.
I can only get to what called what they call
Intersubjectivity.
yeah intersubjective. Yeah, I can only get to intersubjective. So
Right.
I only know where reality is. So
What's up, Samuel?
Yeah, what's happening?
Hello?
I just wanted to join in on this.
Yeah, go
Are
for
you guys talking about narcissists?
it.
And I really want to stay, but I'm gonna have to just listen and go do chores.
Yeah. Well, I was going to end soon anyways, but thank you very much, Annie. You contributed a lot. I appreciate it.
Good. Good to
Yeah.
see you. Bye.
Bye. Damaged people.
The damaged
okay, that makes
people
sense.
are prone to not making babies.
No, it's like damaged people also need to make babies somehow, and
Yeah.
so they would attract each other and have toxic relationships, but they would still figure out a way to procreate.
All right. So well, that hypothesis doesn't make sense because the so-called alpha males abuse people too, and actually more often. So
Yeah, well, I would
had to
get
throw out
yeah, I would get
hypothesis.
off that idea. I don't think that's accurate to reality, the alpha male thing.
Well, we
It's
have
probably a
rich
damaged
billionaires
person.
like Vince McMahon abusing people. So
It's a I think it's a male fantasy.
I'm watching too much Jesse Lee Peterson.
Yeah, I think
yeah,
yeah.
it's a male fantasy, but men they are rich enough to just go ahead and do it because they can get away with it for a while.
They can't. They can't. It's just a male fantasy. They put up the image of it because other people are attracted to it. I don't think it actually ever even works.
It does work. Donald Trump got with Stormy Daniels because he had a bunch of money. Then he covered it up. So
Yeah, so that didn't work. Is he still with Stormy Daniels?
No, but my father's
No.
wife died too, so you can say it did work or didn't work because
It didn't really work. It didn't work.
because she died first.
Yeah.
So if we go by your strict definition, no relationship can possibly work because we're not immortal.
We're not immortal.
Yeah. So no relationship works. So
I mean, the alpha male thing is a male fantasy. It's not real. It doesn't work in real life. You can portray it like you see the hip hop videos with like somebody with a girl on each side and like all these girls around them, and that's like the portrayal of it. But in their real life, that's not what they have. That's not their real life. That it's not practical.
Okay, I'll accept that. Do incels exist? Do incels exist in real life, or are they fake too?
No, those exist.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a big problem.
I think the alpha male example would be like Ziz. And the point of Ziz is like a true leader. And then it's like inspiring to the other males. But it's not the point of him being like an alpha doesn't have much to do with anything other than just him inspiring people to go to the gym. and being a good example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think there is such a thing as a real alpha. I just don't think the male fantasy of it is, and the one that's being portrayed is the real one.
They're confusing it. It's being confused with the erotic fantasies that they think the females are having, because it tends to be like a
Like, I think it's an archetype in the male brain, for example. Like, I think that archetype exists, and when we see it, we're like, okay, how did he get it? Right? Like, I think that is like an archetype, and I think we're attracted to people who sort of present that archetype, but like, it doesn't happen. Like, it's not real. Maybe if like you're a king and you have execution powers, and everyone's too afraid to, not break your delusion, then they'll all just sort of buy into your delusion and agree to your delusion.
Okay, so if you were a king and had execution powers, would it be real, or was it just can't possibly be real?
It would appear real to that person, but it wouldn't actually be real.
All right, so then I'll just throw out the model because it doesn't apply to anything. Let's talk about the things that are here.
Yeah, so if it's just the dominant male, then it doesn't have to be the way that it's represented that I've seen. It could just be it just needs to be someone who has a stable dominant position.
Well, it comes from the animal representations of it, because in the animal representations, when you do, depending on the animals, right? But like in the lions, for example, they have a whole pride of females, and they murder all the other lions. There's only like one male lion in a pride.
Yeah.
And so like that actually does exist, but it's not like there's not other males. He's not an alpha to other betas. He's just an alpha to the females.
Well, sometimes he has maybe a couple other ones to help him, but otherwise, they have
Maybe.
they have to roll in.
But they're not mating. They're not mating.
Yeah.
So like that's the archetype that's built into the masculine brain, that archetype.
All right. So I don't want to talk about the archetype since we agreed that doesn't apply to anything. I want to talk about the really rich guys who happen to abuse some of their girlfriends or random women and can get away with it for a little bit.
For a little bit. That's the point. It's for a little bit. It won't last forever.
Yeah, it won't last forever.
It's not real.
They get away with it, then we didn't know what they did in the first place.
It's not a shared representation. Like these girls don't see them as the alpha the way they see themselves as the alpha, right?
Well, some of them open their legs voluntarily, so some of them do, not all of them.
At first, I mean, so like you can definitely see it in, especially the older, like the Beatles, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So you can definitely see it there. It was a relatively new, and like Elvis, it was like a relatively new phenomenon on the world, where it's not a long-term strategy. It's a short-term diversification strategy. Like you're not gonna form long-term relationships with all of these people. You're gonna have these promises of a long-term relationship and just short-term relationships with many, many people.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what do we call that?
I mean, that's the fantasy. That's the male archetype fantasy.
But we just dismissed that. We put that there because we said it doesn't apply to anything.
It's delusional on everyone's parts. So when people wake up to it, then they'll see it's not real.
I probably just have to reject reality then, since it doesn't apply to stuff that happens right in front of me.
Yeah. Just a lot of it, a lot of the ones who are fronting that, who are portraying that, are doing it for a purpose. Like they're doing it for some kind of marketing campaign. Like Andrew Tate is marketing himself that way.
Do you guys know who Wes Watson is?
Wes Watson, yeah.
Yeah, he's one of those kind of
Is he?
influencers. Yeah, and he just had recently, like a couple of weeks ago, he just had like a whole meltdown, like a public meltdown
Okay. He's TENE. What about?
Yeah. I don't know. It's some like viral stream where he has like all these fans. He's like, you have to be rich, and you have to go to the gym. And some guy just said like, no, you can just have a family and chill out. And then
Oh, I
Wes
remember
Watson-
that.
He's the number one. Yeah.
Yeah, he
So
just-
like
Yeah,
a four was just like, no, you can just be a 4.
Yeah, he just had a complete
I-
meltdown, tantrum over it in front of everyone.
are you talking about that fresh and fit thing?
Yeah, that's it.
I talked to Jim Bob and Andrew Wilson a couple times before. I knew some of them there.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with, I don't know, like the dating market today is pretty hard, right? So there's nothing wrong with trying to compete. Like it's a competitive thing. So there's nothing wrong with competing and improving yourself. But like
Yeah.
if
No, I
you
was
if
just-
you have those delusions of becoming a whatever Andrew Tate is, that's not sustainable.
Yeah, I was just relating it to like you said, these alpha figures don't
so-
last forever.
So I have
Right.
a question. Why would a shrink tell you to just be yourself when you're trying to compete? What are they trying to do?
The shrink's probably an idiot.
That makes perfect sense to me. They're different.
Yeah. I mean, you definitely don't want to lie and misrepresent yourself because that's not sustainable, right? Like that's the short-term mating strategy. If you're able to trick people, so that'll work on women the first time, the second time, but women also learn, right? They're not going to just keep getting tricked over and over again. And not only that, you're going to damage them, and it's going to hurt all of their other relationships because they'll suspect other men of trying to trick them as well.
Yeah, most of them won't. So
Right. So like improperly representing yourself is not a good long-term strategy if you want a long-term relationship.
so if you want a short-term relationship, that's probably the right strategy.
No, not necessarily.
It's a strategy.
You're like
Yeah.
a one-trick pony.
But like the other thing is, how long can you sustain that? Can you sustain that illusion long enough to get to your goals? And when they discover you, then you're going to run into problems.
If I'm thinking about like what this should be, it's kind of like Jocko Willink is the example of what an alpha male should be according to like a proper definition and not like a fantasy. And then David Goggins is like the Sigma idea. That's what it should look like if you're following a proper definition. But then it's like these are just SETE guys doing their thing. That's all it is.
Isn't it a rule that your presidents have to be married in the US?
No,
Probably.
no, it's not required. We just don't have there was only one guy who wasn't married who ran that we know of. So
Oh, really?
that was the libertarian guy, Ross Perot. I think he was the only one that I know of that wasn't married. But it's not required. It's just if you can have enough money to run for president, you probably have enough money to buy a wife.
Yeah. The other thing is like there is this alpha male thing is a real archetype. It is a archetype on societies or cultures or groups. Like every group is going to have their own sort of vision, like the version of this archetype. So like, I don't know, if you were to go to Tibet and see the Tibetan monks, they're going to have a different idea of what that is than if you were to go to feudal Japan.
Yeah.
So the archetype does take some kind of form. So like Andrew Tate, for example, is an archetype in a certain cultural, I don't know, cultural group.
Yes.
But the problem with that is you need like it. There's this archetype for men, and then there's the archetype for women, and women are the ones who decide if the archetype is valid or not. At the end of the day, like women decide what the archetype is, and then men try to compete in whatever that collective decision is. So like when people see how women define the musician as an alpha, then a whole bunch of men are automatically going to go take guitar lessons, because that's what defines the vision. Yep, as well. But they compete for that vision. Like they compete for whatever they see the vision is. They're not going to compete for somebody else. Like if you're in feudal Japan and then like this Tibetan monk comes in, no women in feudal Japan are going to compete for this Tibetan monk. That's why I play it. But I mean, like, yeah, whatever. I get the joke. But yeah, so basically, if you wanted to trick for the short-term strategy, you would have to know what the vision of that is. The other thing is, if women see other women competing for it, then that adds value as well. Like in a value way, not even in just an archetype way.
Yeah, because they like to ride that bandwagon.
Yeah. Yeah. We got some people here.
Oh wow! Hey Dave, hey Ben, what's up?
What up? What up?
What up? I'm with. How's it going? Can I change the topic for a little bit?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'm glad I see Hank.
You guys both showed up. You and Nico both showed up at the same time with a friend.
With a friend? Oh.
Yeah. So here, let's just.
I have the better friend. Just saying.
You have the better friend, all right?
I'm sure Nico's friend's great.
Here. Let's take us all.
Don't pit him against
Yeah.
me.
Okay. It's just okay. Friend battle here. You're at the flea market. That sucks. Why does the flea market suck?
Because it's a flea market. We're at the pizza
Boo.
shop. Way better.
Yeah,
way better.
we're getting wet pizza.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. Oh, I can't hear you guys. Nico, your mic's too quiet.
Hi.
Hi, Nico. You're so quiet. Jeez.
You're not at the pizza place. You're at Dave's.
Dude, someone needs to translate Nico for us, please.
He says you're not at the pizza place. You're at Dave's. Since he's at the flea market, which is his name.
I'm at
your
I'm
name
at
is the location. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, you are really quiet, Nico. We can't hear you guys at all.
Let me change this shit.
It's like my mic is cold.
Anyways, we do have to go here. I was just getting moving in and stuff.
Who's your friend? You came here to show off that you're popular and you've got friends?
Friend. This is Justin.
What's up? I'm his roommate.
What's up,
I'm
Justin?
going to be living with him. Anything I should know about David? You guys want to give me some
Yeah,
advice?
yeah. He
I don't
loves
know
pineapple on his pizzas. If you ever make a pizza,
we talked
Yeah.
about that already. We already talked about that.
He shaved his head. He's not bald. He shaved his
He
head.
likes it pineapple
I like
on pizza. He didn't tell me about
I think
this
it's good.
before I signed the lease.
Yeah. He can't back out now. He's already put the security deposit. And I'll sprinkle some in on whatever you eat. I don't give a shit.
He's putting pineapple on my pizza in secret. This is horrible.
and he's not sensitive about his baldness, you can definitely talk about it as much as you want.
Okay. I've been calling him
Yeah.
Mr. Clean. Is that all right? No one
Yeah,
cares
that's
about
perfect. Exactly.
that? Okay, good.
God damn it.
Fantastic. I'm saying bye to David's parents. We just had a pizza thing. Hello.
He also loves it when people talk about him behind his back.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Already done, dude. We're on the
Nice.
same page,
I
bro.
already
We're on the
did
same
that.
page.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, can you stop revealing my secrets, Benjamin?
I mean, your friend asked. What do you want?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, all right.
I want a heads up. I don't
Any
want
more questions? Any more questions about me?
Not particularly. What is this group? Because he didn't explain this group very well. Is this just like friends of yours from all over the place?
Benjamin, you want to tackle that one for us?
We're a cult.
Oh, really?
I told-
Okay.
Yeah.
He gave me sort of
I
that,
said
that vibe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And is there an initiation? Do you guys have to like take a bunch of acid and then I don't know? Do
No,
something?
you just have to pay a bunch of money to get a label, and then you can
Really?
join the cult.
Yeah, and then you get.
If you don't have the
FE
label,
love.
you're not one of
Official-
us.
You get official FE love, right?
And Hank will tell you about how annoying that process is, and how hypocritical it is.
Yep.
Gotcha. And then once you're part of this cult, are there benefits? Is it mostly you get to live stream with other guys?
No, you get that from something else.
No, you can live stream with us anytime. Anyways, you're welcome at any point in time.
It's not about
Yeah.
the cult at all. This is just
It's
free.
just like this is a
Come
jet-
on.
It's black. What's
Benjamin's
going
the
on?
This is my personal
Oh,
channel, so
covered
you're
up?
welcome. Yeah.
Benjamin's the
Really?
host.
Light on
I
the
usually
camera?
co-host these things with him.
Really?
Hey!
He's trying to make sure to have a good time. I've been on here the last like 20 times. It's just, I missed this one
Really?
because of the
Green.
yeah.
What the heck?
But the
Where's
summer
that coming
is gonna be a little bit different because I'm gonna have to be doing
from?
classes instead of
Every
hanging out on here. Yeah.
So do you
Oh
guys
my
have
God,
topic
it's a
that
couple
you
of
stay on or just-
observers.
We talk about
Nico,
a lot of shit on here.
Nico and his friend, 2 observers.
That sounds fun.
They're processing the greenness of the light.
Get that. Get that.
The little observers over there.
Go,
Yeah.
go, go, go. He's going.
Anyways, we gotta get going. Hope you had a good live stream today. I'll
No,
look
it's
back over
still.
there. And
It's the
yeah, so you guys are
possible
talking about
way.
masturbation.
No
It's great.
No, we weren't talking about that. That was one of the comments. Here,
Why would someone
I don't know
comment
how to
that?
work those.
I mean,
it's an analogy. It's like
It's
it's
an
like
analogy
that.
for being
It's
an
it's just NI. It's the way NI works.
it's an hour. Oh, by the way, do you like my NI comment about that?
Yeah, it was
NI
great. That's dead
NI
on.
is so
Yep.
smart
Right, we just
because it's so delusional that you just do the opposite of what
into
it
the
says,
West
and
basement.
that works out.
Oh my
Right.
God.
Okay, all right, we're gonna go here.
All right, see ya.
See ya.
Oh, here we go. Oh, we're
How did you turn your green curtains into purple? How did that work?
I don't know.
That's
Yeah.
that's just my like old camera
Filter.
going on. All right, so this is my guy, my
Oh,
man, my cool individual.
You're all right. So
His
you're
name
inducting
is
him.
Lincoln.
You're making him become a loser in your little frat.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
A loser, huh?
You're making him become another frat loser. That's cool. You're gonna have to
Well,
live in a
I
place
didn't
with
make him.
squirrels in the
I didn't
walls.
make him. He decided to be a loser.
He decided. All right.
Is this a new hazing ritual?
No, they're not allowed to haze anymore in frats.
No.
They do
So,
in
yes.
other ones, not this one.
Not this one. We're good boys.
Hike is a different story.
Yep.
We don't talk about them though.
Yeah, we don't. Until the Molotov cocktails get involved.
Oh my God! How many times have they almost burnt down? Like, I see the fire truck in front of their house like every week. I feel like I don't.
Yeah.
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 They probably think that's cool. Yeah.
I also just I'm like kind of stuck. I'm stuck on this observation. He just looks like Mark Rober. I'm gonna be real. He's like a young Mark Rober.
Yeah. You think he's ENTP?
Oh yeah, easy. He's
Bright
like,
wish.
I think he's the same type as me, just like extroverted.
Yeah, he's more extroverted.
Yeah.
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 I think I am.
Yeah. I mean, you seem like it.
I feel like it.
That's.
I think that's the main part of it.
Yeah, it's like a whole energy thing. I mean,
Did you ever have good conversations with Nico?
Oh yes, absolutely. Just
Yeah.
philosophical.
What do you guys talk about? Chemistry?
Yeah, actually, if it weren't for this man, I would not have passed chemistry. I'll be honest. I passed with the 70%, just barely.
Yeah, you see, I come in that 420 clutch.
It was insane. I'm not good at chemistry, but this man, on their hand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What are you studying?
I'm studying for mechanical engineering right now, but I think they've added, so next semester I can change it to biomechanical, which will be great. I should be able to take some course-related classes.
He had a here accident where he lost his arm.
Yeah, my arm's here.
But wait, tell them about your taser glove.
Oh, the taser glove. So EMS devices, the ones they use for like therapeutic purposes, like electroshock therapy and stuff like that. I got a big version of one of those that has a lot more power, and I'm going to consolidate that power into a defined point and increase its power.
Oh my God, there's 2 of them.
We have multiplied.
Basically, you stick out their hand and you just say to a person you meet on the street, like, "Hey, you ever want to have a seizure?" And they take your hand and they just experience that. It's great. It's great.
This dude is like the definition of intrusive thoughts.
I like to act on them, you know. I make my dreams a reality.
See, so
Benjamin,
this
could you
is exactly what I'm talking about. They've got an idea of what an alpha is in their little group, and they're both sort of in on that shared representation, that shared archetype.
So Benjamin,
I mean,
do you still believe I'm the same type as that guy in the back of the couch?
No.
Great.
Well, I never. I don't think it was the belief that you were. I think we just came to the conclusion that we were both like autistic in different ways.
No, Benjamin thought I had the same type as Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he's ENTP according to.
No, I don't think so. No, I think you're more on the sensory side. You're more proving things.
Neil. Oh,
well, it's
boy.
in the clips. It's recorded.
Mm-hmm.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's like, I didn't know how crazy he was until, I started watching him more like off of his documentaries, and I'm like, oh, okay.
I went and looked at whatever. So he's got a doctorate. So I went and looked at his paper, whatever gave him his doctorate, and it's so basic. It's just so basic.
Really?
And I'm just like, yeah.
Oh, that's
well, I mean,
sad.
not for the general population, but in terms of a physicist, it's a very basic paper.
Oof.
Oh,
Yeah.
so it would be like spicy.
Yeah, I know. It's nothing special.
About as spicy as the Demon Core.
And a lot of his, like, he's not bad at physics. He's just not what he represents himself to be.
He's a communicator.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be real. I wasn't like, I wasn't blown away by his intellectualism. I'll tell you that much. He was just kind of talking about phenomena,
Yeah.
which is fun. That's like, yeah, but like, he just, I don't know. It kind of like.
But he's got that SI. Like that
does,
SI
yeah.
is crazy. He's got the SI. I don't have that. Like I can't compete with him with that SI.
He does, and he's wizened up. It's like
Yeah.
he's got that drive. So it's like, yeah,
Also, he gets a lot of people interested in science, which I can appreciate.
yeah, definitely.
Does he?
I
I
feel
mean,
like
He gets me not interested in science. Just saying.
Okay, why does he not get you interested in science?
He gets me to be like, oh man, this is science. Get away from me. If he was around when I was interested in physics, I never would have become a physicist.
Then what is science to you?
You're a science.
Not a
snob.
person. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty neutral on Neil Tyson, but he doesn't make me excited for anything really.
Yeah.
So you don't like the Earth being as smooth as a billiard ball?
I mean, that's a good SI.
Well,
He's
he
got
said
that
it's
SI.
only
I don't actually
he
think
says
that's
it's locally
true.
flat, and I guess that's technically correct.
It is true.
But,
Yeah.
it's locally flat.
Relatively,
No, I
the
think
Earth
it-
is more smooth than a billiard ball.
Yeah.
Relatively.
No, I think
So
it's
I'm-
more round. It's more round.
Well, the
It's
Earth
more
is
No.
like kind of
No, it's more
squashed.
smooth.
It's more
It has less
smooth.
bump.
It's less round. It's not actually round. It's more
Little
like
bit.
squashed.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah, it's more round, but it's more smooth.
And then it's also got, what is it? Centrifugal force?
I always get
This
those
what
two
makes
mixed
it-
up.
Centripetal.
Or centripetal. centrifugal.
It's just a word. It's got that force. It doesn't matter what the word is.
Either way, it
La-
goes.
labels aren't important.
Yeah, spin.
Weirdos.
It's got spin force.
In fact, the force is in the point is fictional force, so it's not that point.
Yeah, forces aren't real.
Well, some of them are, and that one isn't. It's a fictional force.
That's true. That's true. It is a fictional force, centripetal force.
It's all
yeah.
gravitational, right?
Well, it's Well,
It's an emergent. It's emergent. It's not.
Yeah, that's
it's
what
not.
I was. Yeah, that's the word. Because it's the effect of two other forces.
Oh.
So it's just kind of it's a summary. It's like a sum force.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's the real force is the tension, is the gravity holding it together, or the electrons. If you have like a small thing, so there's no gravity on this, but like if I start spinning it, like the electrons are holding it together. That's where the force comes from.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Give an analogy of a car going round and roundabout.
Sure. A car going around a roundabout.
Yeah, it's like the most basic. That's like the most basic one you hear, right?
Honestly, that's how I learned it in physics class. It's exactly the problem we did. Just that roundabout.
Yeah.
You know?
I think it was just like a ball and string for me or something.
Yeah. The tension in the string. Yep, that works.
No, my teacher had us doing something like bomber planes and like trying to like if you're in this type of plane, like when we're the bomb. it has
The other one people don't know much is that there is gravity in space.
Over Japan.
There is gravity in space. You can go out and orbit the Earth, but you still have like a very similar amount of gravity out there than you do here.
Oh yeah. It decreases. I mean, it decreases, per distance, but technically, I believe you.
The only reason you can orbit around the Earth is because there is gravity.
Yeah.
The reason why it feels like there's no gravity is because you're constantly in a free fall.
Yeah.
Falling constantly.
The pressure from the Earth gives
You
you
can
the
mimic
weight,
this
though, so
on a
there's no
swing set.
weight.
You swing
so you
high
touch
enough.
something, but there's gravity out there because
long.
gravity has an infinite range, pretty much.
Well, I tested swinging high on the swing set, and what I did was I had some rocks while I was swinging, and at the highest point where you kind of feel like the lurch in your stomach, I let go of the rocks, and to me, relative to my perspective, the rocks were floating. But of course, to somebody else watching, they would be just like, they wouldn't be doing that.
No, they would be floating for someone else too.
If you reach a point, because you'd stop moving.
Oh yeah. But they'd just be going linearly. But to me, they were floating because they were within my
frame of reference.
Yeah.
But yeah, at the point where you feel that, you've joined your frame of reference. Like you have the same frame of reference. You're still. You're in like a free fall. Yeah.
It's like the one meme where the guy was in a plane and the Coke can just floats.
It's actually planes you can pay to go on where they fall at a certain speed, and so you can like actually experience like floating around.
That'd be so cool. I would. If I could, I would.
They are expensive though.
Oh yeah.
It's like getting a specialized private jet just for for an hour. It's a lot.
Well, there's a group of you when you do it.
Yeah. It does help pay for the cost.
Unless if it's like per person, and then that's just like.
You're also not flying far.
Yeah.
Like you don't. It's not. Yeah.
Yeah, they do it in like, kind of like a wave.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
So
you get like a minute. Like a minute of zero gravity.
Not zero gravity, free fall.
Free fall.
They call it zero gravity, but it's not.
Yeah,
it's a lie.
Zero pressure, actually. Zero pressure because you're not getting pressurized by, a heavenly body. Even though
it is the sensation of weightlessness.
Yeah.
Or the sensation of weightlessness, because mass is not the same thing as weight, and it is only
weight.
It's not weight.
You're still accelerating towards the ground.
I am. Yes, but
but you're not touching the ground. You're accelerating towards it, but you're not touching it yet. So
yeah, well, it's not pushing back on you, but you're still falling towards it.
Yeah,
It's free fall.
Relative-
All it is just a free fall,
Yeah.
but there's no wind resistance. Like the airplane is going through the wind resistance.
Yeah, but if you put a
Yeah.
scale under you, it wouldn't register yet.
Like the airplane itself isn't in a free fall. The airplane itself actually has to fly downwards.
But since
If
you're in
if the airplane was in a free fall, the wind resistance would be slowing it down.
since you're since your system, which is the plane, is in the free fall.
It's not in a free fall.
No,
it
it's
has to
flying.
go. It has to fly downwards. It has to accelerate downwards faster than.
It accelerates.
Oh, to keep up with your acceleration, I'm assuming. Yes.
Right. But
Yeah,
like it has wind resistance slowing it down. You don't because you're in the plane, so it has to go faster.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait,
So
It has to accelerate faster than 9 point. Like it has to fall 9.8 meters per second
to
squared.
just
Like it has to accelerate 9.8,
counteract the-
which it wouldn't normally if it was in free fall.
Wait, so just to backtrack, zero.
Yeah.
are you saying,
Okay, that's okay.
Like
That's
zero
ahead,
G
Demo.
is not a thing anywhere.
technically free fall.
Zero G is the thing. It's just not. It's just not weightlessness. It's a free fallness.
No, I just mean like in the whole universe. I think you said
In the whole universe.
No.
yeah, you
Yeah,
said
it's
something
no-
like
there's-
there's always gravity or something.
Yeah.
Well, there is always gravity. Yeah.
So there's never zero G.
Yeah,
I
technically
guess.
no. Technically no, since gravity's infinite ranged.
But the
Right.
thing is that the way gravity is interpreted is that every
But, like-
single object has an effect on every other object, and that effect travels at the speed of light.
Oh, so no matter how.
But you
far
could
away-
be between two bodies, right? Equal
like
distance
my-
between two bodies.
So, like my
Oh, yeah.
computer,
Yeah.
my computer is technically having an effect on the sun,
But then you'd be
despite it
torn
being-
apart.
despite it being, fucking nothing, like negligible.
So you can never experience.
So
zero G.
you can
Not
have zero G if
technically.
you have the gravitational effect of everything equalized. So that would guess still be zero G, I think. But you have to pretty much average out to zero.
Yeah. If
Well,
you,
Yeah, and a certain body problems, yeah. But that's the average. That's not. You're still experiencing gravitational force.
Yeah, you're still experiencing gravitational force, but it's neutralized because
Yeah.
You can see
the
why
only way you so that like the illusion of gravitational force, like the illusion of it is because we're getting pushed back by the Earth. That's
Yeah.
why we feel heavy, because the Earth is pushing back on us.
Yeah. I mean, all gravity is, according to relativity, is the curvature of space-time.
Yeah, but the way we experience gravity is that something has to push back on us.
Yes.
Because if we're in a free fall, the only thing that's really pushing back on us is like the air, or in that plane, nothing. There's
So
nothing
if
pushing
you're-
back on
yeah.
us.
And when you're in space and free falling to the Earth, you won't feel anything. You'll just see the Earth getting closer and closer to you.
Right.
Well, that's-
assuming you're getting closer to it, because you could be orbiting still, then you just won't get any closer.
Right,
You
which
need
is
to
still a
get
free
to-
fall. It's still a free fall.
You need to get to like super massive objects, like a black hole, where
you actually
the
feel it.
actual where the particles like on your arm are getting pulled to a degree that is higher than the particles on your torso, because the curvature of the space-time is actually significantly more curved, in arm's length away. That's why
That's tidal.
spaghetti
No,
fish-
it doesn't have to be that dense. It's just a tidal effect. So
Yeah, you'd be dead. Yeah, you'd be in like a black hole range.
you would take an L.
Wouldn't you,
You'd be torn apart.
You can get you can get a tidal effect just with the Earth's orbit too, depending on where you are.
Well, passing away from aging. Well, it depends on
If you were tall enough, yeah, your head would age slower than your legs.
Yeah, it would. You would see your legs redshift and stop moving,
Oh, that's weird.
and the electrical sensations of your legs, like say, for some reason, people playground, you were still alive, you would stop feeling the electrical sensations, after your legs cross the event horizon,
You can't cross the
because
event horizon.
because electrical sensations
That's true.
travel slower than light.
That's true. You can't cross the horizon. It's impossible to cross an event horizon. Absolutely. 100% Hank.
And so, yeah, I mean, from an outsider perspective, if you fell into the event horizon, you would look like
You can make the event horizon go past you, but you can't go past the event horizon.
He said if I can allow an if, but we can't.
that makes sense whenever you're that can make sense whenever whenever all of your body, just like, say you fall straight in, it's like you'll never reach the event horizon at that point. I mean, I suppose, but could you explain that a little more?
Yes.
Could you explain, like,
time stops. There is no time. Time becomes meaningless.
yeah,
So you're not moving.
Well, relative to any observer from the outside, relative to you, time flows. But whenever you fall in, you will watch the universe die because time just crawls.
So you
right.
But
You're
relative
telling
to
me I'm already
you, time
watching
will
the
be
universe
flowing
die.
normally.
So
But you won't be falling in.
Oh, so you just be kind of floating there in limbo until you just kind of just die.
Well, you will be.
Yeah.
You will die long before you
Just-
fall into
It's
a
just
black
like
hole.
everywhere else.
Playground
It's not that place isn't
immortality.
special. You're floating
You
in the universe.
you will
die
become.
everywhere.
Yeah, you'll become a spaghetti strip.
Yeah, that's.
I mean,
the
if you
point.
went in
Like,
head
tidal
first,
force.
that would be interesting. But like, the same principle would still apply.
But, like, imagine certain parts of your brain just stop functioning because
Yeah.
electrical signals. That would be no.
No, that's not cool. That's nope.
You'll feel your mind slowly eep away from you.
Is this boring as hell for you, Claire?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty boring for me too because first of all, I know there's no singularities because that's what it means mathematically. Your function breaks. But then we speculate about stuff that's not there and the wrong context. I don't give a crap. It's in the wrong
Speculating
context. I don't want to talk about.
That's right.
Speculating about stuff that's not there is what I do.
Yeah. If we were in the right context, I'd probably care. Like if we're talking about black holes in Super Mario Galaxy where they exist but isn't divided by zero, I'd probably be more interested in. But
Oh, they exist in the Super Mario Galaxy, so we can talk about them there.
Yeah,
Dude,
we can
Super
talk
Mario
But
about
they don't exist in our real galaxy, so we shouldn't talk about them.
Yeah.
I think your definition of existence is a little off there, Hank, but I like it. I like it still.
I didn't see it, therefore it is not real.
No, I could let's go with my definition of existence. I have a note.
Oh, you have a definition of existence. Let's see, Hank. You share it.
Yes.
Please.
I
Your
haven't read
definition
it
of
using the
existence.
page.
So Super Mario Galaxy exists. Just
Yeah,
like all
the
the
game-
gods exist, according to you.
Well, the game exists. You can buy it. It's reviewed. So.
No, I think the characters exist.
So okay, so another.
So how do we know
universe
about the
where-
game?
So another universe where Hank and I are the same type does exist.
So yeah, exists is to have a location. So if you load up Super Mario Galaxy, you can find a black hole there.
It doesn't have a location though. It's information space.
Yeah, information
but the
space
thing
is a
the
spike
word
of
is
space.
space.
It's a bunch of locations. It's a set of locations. So
No, it's got representations. There's no actual location of it. The representation.
actual. What the hell? How does actual?
The representation of it exists, but it itself doesn't exist.
What do you mean by what's the definition of actual?
Ben, have you?
I said the representation of it exists, but it doesn't exist.
What does actual mean?
Describing
Please
that
define it.
everything in the world that you see is actually a representation of it based
Yes.
off of the observer principle.
Correct.
Everything is
So
information.
I don't know what he means by actual.
That
Do
It's
you
really
know
cool.
what you mean by
It
actual?
exists
Because I don't-
only as a representation.
Yeah, just like everything else. What's your point?
No, everything else exists outside of its representation, but we only condense it to a representation.
What's your proof of that?
That it takes up space, and Super Mario doesn't.
So a game takes up no space.
The representations of the game only take up space in terms of their information, not in terms of their rendered representation.
No, it takes up space in memory. So you lost.
Yeah, it takes up space in memory, information space, not real space.
Not real space. So the DVD that the information is stored on is not real. So
That's real, but it's a representation. It's a real representation, but it's not real.
It's a real
Just like
where he's coming from.
Yeah.
Just like your hats for me, they take up a representational space in my brain right now.
Yeah.
So there is I do have a embodied structure that represents those hats in my brain. It exists.
The disc
But
is
your hats are not in my brain.
The computer is rendering the game. I think that's what he's implying by that.
Even though the representation is in my brain, your hats are not in my
Yeah,
brain.
the computer's rendering the game. The game's there stored somewhere. They're in space.
No.
Otherwise, we could render the game without having any information on about it.
Are your hats? Where are your hats right now? Are they in my brain?
Every argument is
You have a copy
every
of them in
argument
my
is
brain.
an argument of
You have a
definition.
representation.
I have a representation of them in my brain.
I can hold it.
Right.
Because it doesn't matter because Mario can hold his hat too in some games. So
Claire,
can hold
you're
his hat.
more entertained now.
Yeah, Hank is entertaining.
Yeah. Yeah. So I can hold my hat here. Mario can hold his hat sometimes in his games. So
Right, but he can only
what's the
hold it in terms of the representation in the game, not in terms of reality.
Yeah.
Well, I need you to find
Just
out
like
because
just
I
like
don't
you
know
can
what
hold
you
your
mean.
hat in my representation of you. Mario can hold his hat in the representation of Mario.
He's an acquaintance.
But there's no real Mario, just the representation.
The Dave guy that showed up with his friend, I
It's
talked to on Discord.
You need to find real. You
He's-
need to find it, otherwise I can't understand what you
He
mean.
seems slow. Where'd he go?
Oh, he's helping his sister move, but he had to bring some chaos into the chat.
Yeah, as you do. I do that
Yeah, what do you
sometimes.
mean? Yeah, what do you mean by real?
Oh, sometimes.
Also, Dwayne,
Because I have my own definition of real. I use a Lacanian real, but I don't know what you mean by real.
They're taking the wall.
I mean something beyond representation.
Okay, that's pretty much the same. That's pretty much Lacanian real too. So anything we could talk about would technically not be real because we can only talk about the references. So I understand your point.
So your hats exist beyond your representation of your hats.
I can't prove that either way. I can hold it, but I don't know if it exists beyond representation because it's just because real's outside of stuff I can talk about.
Well, the way you can prove it is that you can take other things that can represent it, like you can shine electrons on it and have electrons bounce off of it.
How can I prove the
Well,
electrons?
then prove it.
So that's a different representation. That's something else that's representing your hat.
We're just reconstructing it.
How can I prove
Well, I can
that
only
I'm
see
not
the
just a
representation
Boltzmann
of
brain?
the hat bounce, the electrons
I could do a
bouncing on the hat.
I could do a
That's not
spectral analysis on your hat.
I'm too
Yeah.
stupid to come up with something like this.
But that's not proof.
Maybe I'm just stupid enough.
Real.
And so the
spec.
so for example, Mario's hat, what color is Mario's hat?
Makes so much more sense
Usually
now.
red.
Yeah? There's only 3 pixels that are representing Mario's hat.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist on the electromagnetic spectrum. Your hat there, if I were to take a spectral analysis of it, I would get an actual curve on the electromagnetic spectrum of what lights are reflecting off of it. Mario's hat doesn't have that. So if I
So now
had
you see it.
20
Same thing
if
as
I had
that.
20 rods and cones in my eye, 20 types of colors that I could represent, and I looked at your stupid little Mario game, I would only see this weird 3 pixel representation of the colors.
Alright.
But I wouldn't have the 20 colors that the spectral representation could do.
So because you don't see as many colors you want, it doesn't exist.
No, I'm saying that something that's real is beyond representation. We have 3 colors in our representation, but we can take a picture of it with more colors that are not in our representation
How would you know
and
if that
analyze those.
space is real?
Ask that question again. I like it. Say it again.
That's a representation of it based off of your senses.
Mm-hmm.
The computer that is rendering the hat or any other data is a representation based off of your interpretation. All I can say is that allegedly it seems to me like this is true. That this is, and therefore I say it is for sake of simplicity.
Yes.
He's not agreeing with you, Hank.
Yes, he is.
I'm just I'm just stating my own belief.
Yeah.
Whether it agrees or whether it falls in line or doesn't is, up to your jurisdiction or up to my representation of your jurisdiction.
Well, it's a close enough interpretation that I would count it as agreement.
Okay, then.
So where is Mario's hat?
It's encoded in the game and it's rendered.
So it's a representation. It's a data representation in the file.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Just like this
Yeah,
would be
yeah,
a
yeah.
data representation in a video file.
It's a data representation of the hat.
That's what he's calling.
Just like it would be in this video. So
Right, just like it is in this video.
But
But the fact that you have it in your hand and you're looking at it
Also, at the
physically,
same time,
beyond the representation,
transfer of data.
you have a touch
And thus
representation
you
of it.
have-
You have you can bounce sound off of it. You can bounce other colors off of it and spectrally analyze it. So you can get a lot of information out of it that you have no representations for yet.
But you have.
I can't do that to Mario's hat.
No, I can because I know.
No, you can't. You can't do it to Mario's hat.
No,
All you can get out of Mario's hat is what is in the data representation of it.
Which is a representation,
Yeah.
of the game. However, the game is stored in computer data.
You don't know what material Mario's hat is made out of. You can probably detect somehow with some kind of representation what material is in that hat.
Information.
I think
So,
it's probably tagged in here.
but all I can say is
You can
that
use a
data
microscope even
exists,
to look at it.
That means so I can't get the
even
material
still,
out here either.
You can't use a microscope
that
to look at Mario's
representation
hat
on the
to
computer
see
is
all
still
of the
being represented through my
microtextures, the fibers in it.
It's my interpretation of the,
I can probably
the
just render
computer's
it more until I
representation
can.
of that.
Right.
it's
So
a
you'd have to
double
represent it, but it's not
representation
represented.
of the data.
Yeah,
Mine was
that's
represented
too,
otherwise I can't
what
see
his
it.
point was. It's like a representation of a representation. That's how we know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't understand how we get past representation.
I have a theory.
What is it? Go ahead. We're just arguing because we like it.
No. Well, in terms of this conversation, it's just like my last function is just blaring at me, and I'm like, "What's going on?" I think I've been thinking about it in terms of dimensions that dimensionally 2D characters do exist. They are alive in the two-dimensional sense. So we have a three-dimensional idea of what's alive. And likewise, we have a three-dimensional idea of everything. And then we're looking in the other dimensions and acting as if it should have the equivalent three-dimensional characteristics. But
we're representing them, yeah. Whatever representation we create. But actually, like for example, when I'm seeing you, I'm not seeing you moving. I'm seeing frames of you. Same thing. I'm seeing pixels of Mario. Like I'm seeing different pixels light up as Mario moves across the screen. But Mario's not moving across the screen. The color of the pixels is changing to represent Mario's motion.
I'm saying that it's still
Based
real,
off of,
just real in a lesser
relativity and
dimension.
representation of such.
Yes, and that's all you see here too. So
that's right.
It's
Are
Claire.
video games just patterns of lights, and you just button inputs?
Yeah.
And then I would also go
yeah.
Outputs of light.
to higher dimension.
And
so-
I'm representing Nico's curtains as purple or green.
They alternate. It's really weird.
It was like what's happening? They're not even.
Your son's broken. Your son's
Wait.
glitched.
Okay. I see. Here's the purple. The purple is on like this part. Let me try and trace.
No, the purple's on the other side now too.
Yeah, it's like the frame. The frame is purple, but the inside is green. Like the inside, like where my finger is, it's green.
Yeah.
Oh, now it's all. Whoa!
Whoa! It's changing colors like a dance party in here.
Yeah, we're honestly just having a rave while you guys are arguing in the background.
The rave outside is so insane. It's reaching the third floor. It's like crazy.
The light is coming.
See, because it wasn't our intention for the light and colors to change like that, we perceive it as like, whoa. You know, like if someone didn't choose, we don't know why it's happening, so it's like an amazement. But if an artist like made your camera like that.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
different. It changes the how you
I don't
perceive
know.
what's
I've
happening.
always considered why questions to actually just be how questions, because asking why about something, I mean, of course, this is like my perspective on it. Whenever I ask why about something, it's technically asking about missing information about a function of a system. Someone
I
perceives.
gotta go store for do-a-thon.
Okay.
One in Walmart. Wally's.
Peace. Actually, I need to go to Walmart too. Shit.
Yeah, that's
Oh shit.
It's giving me
All right.
throwbacks.
Bye. Enjoy Walmart.
Oh wait, you're not going?
I'm going on my own time. He's going right now to get stuff to do with
No.
You have a car, hog.
Yeah, I have a
You
car.
do. You do. All right, guys.
Bye, Nico.
All right, guys. I'll.
Bye.
I don't know what's going on.
Oh my god. Throwing me back to being in university.
Yeah. What degree did you get?
Psychology.
Oh. Nice.
But my first 2 years was philosophy, which I think is a really good idea. Because the psychology is kind of pointless. It's just to. But the philosophy is not pointless. You actually have to write essays.
I mean, it's pointless if you want to get a job. Unless you want to be
can
a
get
philosophy teacher.
baristas and- yeah, philosophy can work
I
as
mean,
baristas, and they could do philosophy homework. That's a
Oh.
bunch.
My brother finished his degree in philosophy, and now he's doing investment advising.
I mean, technically every degree is philosophy.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
like you're going to get the most out of doing the actual philosophy than you would out of doing multiple choice questions.
Yeah. Just in terms of getting a job after, it's not useful.
Yeah. But if you at least have the, like, if the job you're going for is going to be like, you just need a degree, you don't need a specific degree, then it's a good
That's
option.
true. Yeah. If you want to become a lawyer, you might as well do philosophy first before you take the bar.
Yeah. Yeah.
And go to law school.
Has anyone seen the Dr. Peterson's or Jordan Peterson's Academy thing?
I've seen a couple ads for it. It looks good. Why not?
Yeah. That it seems like what I've been wishing I had.
Yeah, it's about time they broke the monopoly on universities.
Yeah. Could I just like treat YouTube basically, and then now it's like putting, instead of having to like go on YouTube and I have no, like, not really, instead
Yeah.
it's like here's a platter of like the best condensed into something.
And he got the school accredited, I guess, too. So I mean, academics should have to be forced to accept it
I
as
don't
a
think
valid school.
I was reading the FAQ, and I don't think it's
accredited.
still standing alone.
But it has to be accredited to be university. Like,
oh,
like it's not the Andrew Tate paywall. Come to my whatever Hustler University or whatever he calls it. Like, that's not an accredited university. You can't get an actual degree there. But I think from Jordan Peterson, you can get an actual degree.
They are giving, yeah, it did say that there's something that you're getting to show the proof that you did the courses. And I guess I don't know if it's going to be anything more than its own merit, though. Like,
oh, okay, I
No,
see.
no, unless they in an accreditation network, all you get is a certificate that says I finished.
I finished. Yeah, so you might as well have finished Hustler Academy in terms of the academic world and the job world.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the tests are like. It says the testing is optional. And if it's just like multiple choice tests, then like that's what's that really? You might as well go to, like, it's the same as like finishing a Coursera course. But if it's like essays, and you have someone grade it at enough high enough level, that means something.
Well, I mean, I've had multiple choice questions, at least not the whole test, but questions in like physics, for example. But you actually have to do the calculations to get to the right answer.
Oh, right. You can still test
Yeah.
for that. Yeah.
But if I'm just writing essays, right through the course instead of just write my essays and publish them to a road. I guess it protects me from random people who comes by and reads them. So that's a benefit. I keep them private rather than public. Unless I have balls, then I should just make them public.
You have balls, Hank. Come on.
Yeah. So
You just have to. The thing is, you got to represent yourself properly. You got to find a good one that you want to publish. You're not just going to publish trash.
Yeah, of course. Well,
Yeah.
I probably would just publish trash because I would just assume. But
Well, no one would read it then.
Well, someone read it to make fun of it, but I don't care. They don't write anything.
Well, send it to me. I'll read it.
Maybe once I write something, publish and get curious about someone to actually write stuff, I don't care. That's what I would think. Yeah.
Well, send it to me. I'll read it. I'm not a special person, but I'll read it and give you feedback.
Oh, yeah, that works.
But yeah, Mario's hat does not exist beyond representation.
Yeah, neither is my hat.
Your hat does exist beyond representation.
Prove it.
Send it to me in the mail.
He's true. He's right unless you prove him wrong.
Stick it on a scale and weigh it. How much does it weigh? Does it follow conservation of mass? Conservation of energy?
That doesn't prove it exists beyond representation.
Does it leave a mark on the wall when you smack it against the wall?
That's just more representations.
That is more representation, sure, but then nothing exists beyond representation.
Yeah.
But your claim of it taking up space is different. Like representations take up space, but then the hat itself takes up space.
Yeah, and Mario's hat.
So the Mario doesn't even take up representation of space because it only takes up space in its representation.
Just like my hat.
No, your hat takes up a representation of space.
In its representation, yeah.
No, it takes up an actual representation of space. Mario does not take up a representation of space. It takes up a representation of a card, or it takes up a representation of a screen, but not of space itself. No.
Of space itself. All right.
Which space?
What about?
It doesn't take up a representation of space. There you go.
Think about like an
the
abacus.
DVD, or the flash card, or my monitor.
I mean, technically, you could project it as like a hologram so that it takes up a representation of space, but you turn it off and it disappears. So it doesn't have conservation of energy or mass. So it doesn't have that representation.
So a hologram doesn't have a conservation of energy or mass?
The whatever is in space doesn't have mass. It's just an illusion.
Photons don't have mass?
Well, photons do. Sure, why not?
And holograms are made out of photons?
Photons don't have rest mass, but they have an effective mass.
Yeah, exactly. So you just means things that have rest mass have representations.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it doesn't have that representation. Mario's hat doesn't have that representation, but your hat does have that representation.
Okay, I agree with that.
All right, there you go.
But how are we going to get the real?
What about if I have an abacus and I like slide numbers along? Where's the representation there?
It's right in front of you.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't know. I'm just trying to relate this to like you're talking to what information.
So the abacus,
is real, what's
the
not.
abacus has a representation of numbers. It has a representation of colors. It has a representation of space in real space.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand like a really simple example.
Yeah.
Yeah, be right in front of you. You have an abacus right in front of you. You have a representation of an abacus right in front of you.
It has representations of mass. You can look at it. It's got representations in a microscope. It's got all kinds of different representations. You can access it. It's got a spectral representation, not just 3 pixels. Mario's hat is encoded to be represented on 3 pixels.
So how many
But
pixels
just
does it
represents
need?
numbers.
How many pixels?
That's
But
right.
it's still, yeah,
So
it's
the
still just
numbers are-
information.
You're comparing numbers to Mario's hat, not that.
Well, in terms of our cognition, everything's information. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's just a much simpler example.
It's just what kind of information, what kind of representational information. Is it spatial representational information? Is there mass representational information? Because Mario's hat does not have that.
Yeah.
And so that's what. So when things follow the laws of physics, we consider them as real representations reflecting reality.
So video games don't follow the laws of physics now?
The representations do not exist in physics.
But if you run and execute them, they have to follow physics, right?
Yeah, the execution does, sure.
Okay.
The little bits on the key and the card have actual representations from reality, but the rendered results of them is not a representation from reality.
All right, then you conceded.
What? All right, whatever, Hank, you win. I don't care. I conceded.
I can't believe
Sure,
I can't believe you're still.
You could
talking
say.
about this.
What's that?
Still talking about it. I'm trying to look at it from a perspective where it's like, how are we to a higher dimension? If we're looking at things in a lower dimension and we're representing them like in characters in movies and games, then like we put it into a movie and then we play the movie and watch it and it represents something, right? And then so to a higher dimension, would we be the same thing but in a higher dimensional sense? So to the higher dimension, we're not
Yeah,
real.
in fact, they could see right
in
through
some
us. If high dimensional things could see all the way through us. So.
Yeah. So then, like the lower dimensional things aren't real only because it needs to be 3D to be real, in our dimension to be real, not because it isn't. It's just because it's not in the same dimension.
Yeah, I wasn't going there with that. You could sort of frame it like that if you wanted to, but I would also say the things on the screen aren't 2-dimensional.
Yeah, I don't know how to I don't know
Yeah.
how to talk about the actual physics, so that's why I'm
Yeah.
saying
Like
it's
if you were to take like a little clay dude who's on a piece of paper, or like and have him act like the actual ink from the person move, that's one thing. But here we're getting like a frame rate. Like we're getting many pictures and there's an illusion of movement. It's like a flip book. Like you're moving the flip book. You're just getting a new page every time.
Well,
The thing isn't actually moving.
That's what we are to something higher.
Yeah.
No, we're not, because we're actually something. We don't have a frame rate.
We're a higher dimensional version of what you're saying.
Yeah, but
Because we're higher dimension than that.
So
But
you
then
could create a 2-dimensional version of things, like a cartoon. You could create a 2-dimensional version of that, but it's not on a screen.
Saying we're a 3-dimensional version of something higher.
Sure.
Maybe. It's just like a what if that makes it like.
Is there a
that,
playing frequency?
Yeah. No, I know the imagination of it.
Yeah,
I get it. Yeah.
Which is the point of the movie or the game is the.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a playing frequency.
But Hank's right. If something was from a higher dimension, they would be seeing like our heart beating. They would be seeing all of our insides. They would be seeing the entire 3-dimensional space.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we watch films like just as a kind of like a rectangle, but they would maybe see it as like a box.
Right. With whatever representations they were designed to see, right? Whatever their eyes are, whatever, like they would have to also represent us in some kind of 4-dimensional cognition.
Yeah, I think what I'm suggesting is that the dimension isn't limited to space. So I'm not just suggesting a higher spatial dimension, but a higher dimension of everything.
Yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Like probably, if we thought of a corporation as a just entity, they probably see at least 4 dimensions because it kept. What day? I'm not even sure. I had to think about more. I'm not even
But it's
sure.
like a higher dimensional of they and see and everything you're saying is all. It's not just a higher dimension of it, so you can't even know what it is.
If I take it in parts, I could derive it, but I wouldn't just. I won't have.
We have no representational mechanism for that kind of cognition.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say we don't. I'm just
Or-
saying we had a big build system for it.
We would have to actively represent it, and it wouldn't just be a passive representation.
I don't know what passive representation is so.
And like because our brains are in a 3-dimensional space, like we would have to have brains in a 4-dimensional space in order to represent things in a 4-dimensional space.
Well, we could just use
I don't know if we would
arrays.
have to, but like it would be more convenient.
It'd be more convenient. But
Yeah, it would. You would have to spend so much time. Maybe that's why only like maybe the artificial intelligence can do it just because of the power of being able to actively.
No, they can't. They can't even tell me what number's bigger between 9.11 and 9.9. So I don't trust them.
What? 9.9 is bigger.
Of course, I know 9.9 is bigger, but the AI doesn't.
The AI doesn't?
Oh,
it does. Yeah, it does.
Oh, I have a video for you.
Okay, look, come on. Let me pull up an AI right now. And
No, don't drag AI into this.
I'm sorry. I'm
going to log off after this, but as soon as I... Where's the thing here? Okay, mister. Which value is larger? Would you say 9.99 or 9.9 or 9.11? All right, done.
Okay. It got okay. Which one's that? Gemini. It got right. I know. Mind Your Decision just did a video that got. I think what was Google's they got wrong. I believe.
I'm sure I could frame it in a way that would give me the other answer. I would have to think about it, but I could frame it in another way because if I were talking about chapters in a book, here, let me pull it back up again.
And stubborn.
Which chapter in a book is further?
Yeah, ChatGPT got wrong. I think what else got wrong? Meta got wrong.
It can't be a chapter. Okay, whatever. Paragraph. Which paragraph book is larger? Or in an essay, because it's going to trip me up again.
It's a good point.
Damn it. All right. Whatever. I give up.
Version numbers you could try.
Version numbers, sure.
Yeah, software version numbers.
You're going to make me do this, Hank? All right.
Then we can end the stream. Then we can end it.
Then we can end the stream. All right. And when Hank says I can end it, I can end it. Which version
is newer
of a program is newer? 9.9 or 9.11?
Wrong.
Ah.
Yeah, not it's the one 9.11 should be newer.
That's right.
Yes.
Let me see. You're wrong. Absolutely correct. I apologize. See, this is this thing.
So polite.
9.11 represents the newer version. See, it got it right. See, Hank?
Interesting.
But that one got right. Okay.
It got it right when I told it was wrong.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's easy to tell it.
Yeah. That's the problem with Gemini, with all AI.
Tell
They
it,
just agree with
tell
you.
it that you just tricked it, that it was right the first time.
And then it would agree with me. It's just, yeah. All right, guys. All right. Thank you for coming. Great stream. Appreciate y'all. Have a good one.
Bye.
Later.